ジャッジも愛さえも知らない不良品の野良犬さだけど血や金じゃ餌付けはできないぜ傷ついて傷ついて全て失っちまっても染まっちゃならねえそれこそが Justice for breaking the law breaking the world 壊せ切り裂けてんだね for breaking the rule 俺ら遺産や懐かない波乱分子さ踏み上げろ握り拳を俺たち
Hello, hello. I hope you're well. Fastidious, congrats on the streak. Liz, hello. Yosh, hi. Taylor, I can't believe you'd call him out of his lurk. He's not lurking. It's Remember11 night. Oh boy. Happy Tuesday, where we go through a game with great characters such as Kokoro, Uni, and the ocean. Whatever the fuck that means. You just get it up. D tier at best. Stay twink. Hope you're well. D tier at best. That's good. Today we go through chapter 2. Who knows? Maybe chapter 2 ends like one minute in the stream today. I don't think that's gonna happen. All the oomfies hate the ocean. Me when we talk about going to the beach and it's 110 degrees out and I'm gonna get sunburned, but no one listens to me because how could I ever get sunburned at the beach and then I proceed to get sunburned immediately? Does that make sense? No, probably not. That'd be a surprising twist if it ended in a minute. See that? I'm telling you, I could write these twists. Just bam, surprise, story's over. Also, oh god, oh dear, oh that's not good. Why did it do that? Oh, okay. Why is it attached to my mouse like that? I was just tabbing out to give it a little. Okay, that was okay. Whoopsie. Uni swiftly climbs down the ladder and disappears. This is a new chapter, right? I look down through the rectangular hole in the floor. There appears to be some kind of storeroom down there. Man, we're gonna have to go through getting introduced to a whole bunch of the facility again. Ugh. The fun part. Hey, Sundown. Hope you're well. Having been addressed from behind, I turn around. Hello, man I've never met before. I can't wait till it's actually different. That's gonna be fun. Man sits down on one of the wooden chairs, smoking a cigarette. Yet again, I feel a strange feeling overcomes me. Just like with Uni, I know this man's name. Yomogi Seiji, age 35, a mountaineer by trade. If I'm not mistaken, he should have a wife and a kid. Why? Why are memories relating to him coming to my mind so readily? I've never seen this man before, and yet, why? Yomogi inclines his head, a puzzled look on his face. Perhaps he's reading my expression. I reply. We can use the skip function to get to those other ones again. It's getting rare. Surprise. I'm at wit's end with PS2s for real. Well, I wish you luck. It's unfortunate yours is breaking again. We've met before, right? Saying that, I bring my face close to him. Yomogi thinks it over for a short while. He shakes his head, looking dubious. Well, then the answer is yes. What the fuck do you mean?
会ったというよりも
Okay,
見
well,
かけたという程度のもの
this is a Yomi, this is a really weird way to phrase this.
いつどこで見かけ
When
た
we
んだ
boarded the plane.
あの小型旅客機の中でだよ
I don't mind to just get an external DVD drive and just configure an emulator for PS2 and PS1 and cut out the middleman. Yeah, I mean, as Sundown said, PS1 and PS2 emulation is like some of the simplest I do. It's the only, I think the only emulation that's easier than that might be Wii and GameCube because Dolphin is so good. But I mean, even then, the PS2 emulator I use and the PS1 emulator I use read a PS5 controller without like any issues, just like natively. PPSSPP. I've wanted to cut out one of those S's. It's also very easy. Yeah, that one's also pretty easy. I had a little bit of issues with one of the games I played on it though, which was unfortunate. We had issues with the Ace Combat game, which kind of sucks. SNES is pretty easy as well. That emulator is really stable. What? I mean, which ones have? The only NES games I've played on Switch. Same with N64. I'm pretty sure Ocarina of Time is the first N64 game I've ever played. Is Super Mario 64 I played on DS. PS3 sucks. That one could be a bitch. Although I've done it before. I think PS4 is a pain in the ass. Xbox is almost impossible. Or is it 360 that's almost impossible? Maybe 360. And then, never done Switch because I have a Switch. And anything I've tried that's Wii U, I've been able to get on Switch. $2DS is a bit finicky. Or sorry, 3DS is a bit finicky. That's probably the most finicky one we do. Just very frustrated because I very much prefer playing games on native hardware. My laser's dying in the fun way that makes my PS2 slim, a glorified PS1. That's fun. That reminds me, I need to get a DS emulator. I think I use Desmume. And by Desmume, I mean I use a very legal copy called the DS Ice, which is partnered with Nintendo, of course. And then I need to get rid of that real quick. Sorry.
小型旅客機
I'm trying to think. I think I have an emulator for basically everything. No, GBA is very solid. It says GBA, but it also says NDS. Hold on. We're going down the rabbit hole now. What do I use for my GBA emulator? All saved on the file. It says no GBA. Well, there you have it, folks. I use Drastic for PS Classic, and that works pretty well. For PS1, I use EPSXE, and that was, or do I use that, or do I use DuckStation? I think I use EPSXE. Because DuckStation had all sorts of issues when I tried to run. We made it through Air Combat fine. But I think when I went to play Silent Hill 1, I swapped. Is that right? Hold on. No, I swapped when we played Ace Combat 3. Because Ace Combat 3 was having a fucking hell of a time working. And I got fed up with it. And so we swapped. Yeah. I remember now. Kind of surprised there's no music. Melon works fine for 99% of things, but for whatever reason, it doesn't like my Pokemon ROM hacks. No cache GBA. Oh, okay. The emulators for PC don't always have. Oh, true. That's true. Yeah, that's fair. When you're talking about like Mac emulators, I don't know. I just use the ones where I would read and I'd be like, okay, what do I use for GBA emulator? And it would go use this one. I'd be like, cool. I'm trying to think. I think Dolphin and SNES 9X are probably the two most like consistent, I guess is the word. In maybe PSCX2. I have two for whatever reason. Both work well. Interesting. Come to think of it, he was saying something about a crash in a plane a moment ago. I'm not that slow at catching on, if I say so myself. If this many keywords are present, I can guess what's happening to a certain degree. It's simple. Excluding me, the three of them happened to be on a small passenger plane. That plane crashed. Oh, congrats, fucking genius. I don't know how many other passengers survived, but at the very least, these three managed to get to the cabin by themselves. However, I have no memory of getting on an airplane, but...
あんた今、機内で俺の姿を見かけたって、そう言ったよな。
ああ。
本当か？
嘘なんてついてどうする？本当さ。トイレに行こうと思って席を立った時、僕は君たちの姿を見かけたんだ。
君たち？俺の他にも、誰かそこにいたっていうのか？
Bewilderment colors Yomigi's face as he takes a long drag of a cigarette.
覚えてないのか？
何を？
何をって全部だよ。
だから全部ってなんだよ。
あの飛行機が離陸してからこの雪山に墜落するまで、その間の記憶のことを言ってるんだ。
Chaos, chaos, chaos. A large quantity of information is pouring into my head like raging waves, and it feels like it's going to burst. Ocean reference?
ユニが君の隣に座ってただろう。機体の右舷、確か後ろの方だったな。君は通路側の座席に、ユニは窓側の座席にそれぞれ腰を下ろしていた。楽しそうに話してたじゃないか。忘れたのかい？
I really can't remember. Did I get on a small passenger plane? Did I have fun talking to Uni beside me? Is that why I know Uni's name and face? Come to think of it, Uni said something along the same lines. This person just forgot. In short, memory loss. Is that how it is?
まあ、そう思い詰めるな。軽い脳震盪だろう。記憶はすぐに元に戻るさ。それよりも、そろそろ教えてもらえないかな。
I don't even want to do a piracy. I just want to play the discs I own without having to worry about the laser going out on me. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. I mean, you know, old hardware is old hardware. It breaks sometimes. It's annoying. Tech issues are always annoying. I'm mainly using Delta on phone for Pokemon ROM hacks. I have something on my phone. Hold on. I have something that's is it just called GBA? It might literally just be called GBA. Oh man, it's got ads now. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, we're gonna have to get rid of it. Yeah, I have an actual real GBA on my phone. What I did was I bought a Game Boy Advanced, you know, one of the circuit boards for it, and I got a flip phone. Right, you're gonna love this. So I got a flip phone, and one half of the phone is the phone circuit board, and the other half of the phone is the GBA circuit board. And I wired those two together, and it allows me to play Game Boy games on my phone.
名前。まさか自分の名前さえも忘れてしまったわけじゃ。
The keyword command is good for the quote thing. Even kind of sold on the flip. I'll tell you that I know a couple. My dad and I both love the flip. I think he and I are always going to stick with the flip. My one coworker has swapped back because he hates the crease in the middle. Well, where the crease would be if it forms. He also had a screen protector that he left on his phone that just got like absolutely destroyed by the flipping, which can't really do a screen protector very well on the flip. And I don't remember if Soy likes it or not. I think she had a couple complaints about it, but I can't remember if it's because it's just too tall and their hands are small. But honestly, the size of it in my pocket is awesome. I think the only complaint I have, and I think this is the phone's fault, and it might just be because I have an old one, is if you kind of like squeeze it when it's closed, your headphones will reset sometimes. But I mean, my phone's also 5 years old. I have a razor rather than a flip, but I love it because besides the lack of oil proof coating, but say la vie. That's my favorite phone I've ever owned. That would be the original razor, but it's probably my second favorite. Any of the foldable phones are good. I just, you know, I talk a lot of good stuff about it. I just want, if you're actually looking to get one, I'm going to give you my full thoughts on it real quick, just so that you are informed. You can send messages and play music, and the flip does that. Well, not being, yeah, there you go. That's perfect. I just, you know, I don't like to hide the negatives I encounter with it if someone else is going to get it.
いや、覚えてる。覚えてるよ。
Kokoro. My mind is balancing on the verge of confusion, trying desperately to keep hold of my senses as I
俺の
answer.
名前は有機堂悟だ。
有機堂悟？
She's not gonna like that. Yomogi and Lin raise their voices so near perfectly in unison that it seems as though they planned it beforehand. Yomogi looks me over critically, as though observing some strange life form. And Lin marches straight up to me with her mouth set in a hard line. Maybe, just maybe, Lin has remembered me at last?
で、
Softly calling her name, I approach her as well. She's gonna fucking hit us. We stand in front of the stove, facing each other. A strange sense of unease surrounds me. I quickly realize that its source is due to my line of sight. I'm looking up at Lin. Lin is looking down at me. There isn't actually enough of a difference to describe it as looking up or down, but the fact that there's barely any difference between the heights of our eyes to begin with, to me, it's a shocking situation. I try to analyze the inexplicable phenomenon. I look down. I intend to check where I'm standing, but then, at just that moment, at first I can't quite understand what it is that's happened to me. I feel the vision lurches. The strength of my legs leave me, and I fall to my knees. What hits me right after that is a fierce pain. Sharp pain burns from my face to the back of my neck, completely covering my head. Was I hit just now? If so, then I don't even know where or how I was hit, or why there would be any reason for someone to hit me. I'm only sure of one thing. Right in front of me is the person who hit me, Mayuzumi Lin. Tried swapping to it entirely for music, but I hated it. iPod forever. Not valid. You'll have a headphone jack. That's nice. My blurry vision eventually comes back into focus. From where I kneel on the floor, I look up at Lin's face as she towers over me. She glares imposingly down at me, her face
ふ
flushed.
ざけないでよ。
Is her voice quivering out of quavering? Gerund or past participle of quaver. Of oh, okay. Oh, no? Oh, okay. Is it quavering or quivering? Quivering means to shake slightly, while quavering means to shake or tremble, especially in the voice. Okay. How many? Probably, I'd say that's like a 15-cent word. I bought one of the USB to headphone adapters, but problem with the touch controls. This feels like a Yoshi word of the day. One that's like slightly less useful than an actual word. Also, hey Yoshi, I hope you're well. Happy 2031. We've started our next marathon, and it took me 2 years to beat Tears of the Kingdom and Echoes of Wisdom. So we're on to a new set of games called I don't we're getting every star and moon and shine in every Mario game. Woo! New marathon! Yay! Woo! 3D Mario marathon. That wouldn't be very long. I don't. Well, Odyssey would take forever. Is her voice quavering out of anger? There almost seems to be a strange aura emanating from her, causing the air behind her to distort hazily. We're on to the GTA marathon. I want 3 number 9s, a number 7, 2 number 14s, or whatever the fucking numbers are. I don't remember what it is. I get to my feet, wiping a hand across my mouth. Something red is smeared across the base of my thumb. You haven't. Oh. Oh, okay.
カッとなるとすぐに手を上げる癖だよ。それからわけのわからないことで突然怒り出すところも相変わらずだ。
あんた殺されたいの？それってサトルのふりをしてるつもりなのよね。
ふり？
ふりじゃなくてなんだっていうのよ。その品のない言葉遣いも私の名前を呼び捨てにしたことも全部今までの全てが私を陥れるための演技だったんでしょ。まあもっとも演技と呼べるほどのものでもないけどね。猿芝居、幼稚なお遊戯、具にもつかない滑稽な茶番としか言いようがないわ。
リー、どうしちまったんだよ本当に。俺はサトルだよ。振りも演技もしてない。俺こそが正真正銘の有機道サトルなんだ。
はあ？この後に及んでまだ続けるつもりなわけ？
Oh, I should have said I'm on Zelda 22 or 23. I mean, timeline-wise, what? 2031? That'd probably be 2 more games? The unreleased, unannounced one that'll defo be in the direct before. I figured by the time I finished, I'd have at least one other Zelda game tacked on. I'm under no illusion that that I finished the marathon before they announce another Zelda game and release another Zelda game. I would be in absolute shock if they didn't. There's just no way. Especially after Tears of the Kingdom came out, and then what, a year later it was Echoes of Wisdom? I'll give you this. One more thing on Zelda real quick. 2 more things on Zelda. 1, playing those games is some of the most fun I've had playing games on the stream. They're fucking, like, at least some of these, like, you're looking for the heart containers, is a ton of fun. 2, also 6 years between Breath of the Wild and Tears. True, yeah, true. 2, the Zelda game I always talked about really wanting, that before I decided to do this marathon I said would get me to play a Zelda game, would be a giant, like, how do I even describe this? How did I describe this in the past? would be a game like kind of like Phantom Hourglass, where most of the world is water, and except with like a ton of like underwater exploration and like islands to go to, like that's just like on a fucking huge fucking map or something. I don't know. I can't remember. I remember seeing a like a fake mock-up of it and thinking it was real and thinking, oh my god, I'm gonna play that, and then I didn't, because it wasn't real. I just can't remember what the premise was. It was like Breath of the Wild, Phantom Hourglass. Anyway, even after all that, you're still playing the... Okay, there we go.
何なのよそれ。あんたは何をどうしたいっていうの？私をからかってるだけ？それとも悪徳商法かなんかの勧誘でもするつもりなの？どっちにしろ私を騙そうとしても無駄よ。私とサトルの過去についてある程度調べてきたみたいだけど、そんなものは何の役にも立たないわ。残念だったわね。今度誰かを騙すときは相手を慎重に選んだ方がいいわよ。
Having all that said to me, I'm beyond confused to bewildered though, and can only fall silent. There's a fatal discrepancy somewhere in my exchange with Lynn just now. Like a pair of gears that don't line up properly, clattering along to no productive end. I am me, Yukido Satoru. There can be no mistake about it. And yet Lynn isn't recognizing me as who I am, as Yukido Satoru. I have a terrible feeling that my entire existence is being denied.
それにしても寒いわね。このポンコツストーブ、火力弱いんじゃないの？
Nobody can heat it worse.
ねえ、ヨモギ、なんとかしてくれない？
Lynn sits down in front of the stove, hugging herself from the cold. Yomugi stands frozen, a cigarette in his mouth. The flame has already reached the filter and burned itself out.
ちょっと、聞こえないの？なんとかしてって言ってるでしょ？
Lynn shouts at him over her shoulder. The spent cigarette drops from Yomugi's lips and onto the floor.
ああ、わかったよ。
Why is he freaking out about this? He gathers up several blankets from the beds, then drapes them over Lynn's shoulders one by one. Lynn pulls them tight around her.
え？
コーヒー入れてくれって言ってんの。さっさと動きなさいよ。たく、トライんだから。
やれやれ。世話の焼けるお姫様だ。
As he grumbles in complaint, Yomugi skillfully brews a cup of coffee and carries it over to Lynn. Lynn accepts it without a word of thanks, and then after blowing on it a few times, sets her lips to the edge of the
ち
cup.
ょっと、何見てんのよ。目障りだからどっか行ってくれない？
Those cold words are flung at me. My chest aches as though someone is squeezing it hard. Can I just like not not ever like attempt to look at myself? Keep quiet. The sudden sense of helplessness that strikes me attempts to steal my awareness and thoughts from within me, to say nothing of my words.
なあ、そろそろ仲直りしたらどうなんだ？
The one to speak is Yomugi.
こういうの、なんというか、あまり好きじゃないんだよな。
余計なお世話よ。あんたには関係ないじゃない。
関係ないか。じゃあ彼女とは関係があるっていうのかい？
Her. Maybe I misheard him, but it feels like Yomugi said her just now.
あんた、脳みそ発酵してるでしょ。何度言わせれば気が済むのよ。私はこんな女に会ったことは一度もないの。私とこの女は一切関係ないの。わかる？
This woman? Woman? This time I'm certain I haven't misheard or imagined it. Taken aback, I look myself over. A ribbon at my chest, a light pink skirt, high lace-up boots. The back of my hand is a pale white, and my two long slender fingers bear a youthful sheen.
そんなバカな。
What the hell is with Uchikoshi and people being totally unaware that they are literally not themselves? Would you expect it? I can't help but say that. Panicking, I feel about my chest with both hands. Though small, there are definitely 2 bulges there. Hey, that's a bit rude now.
女だ。
Why hadn't I considered this possibility until now? Undoubtedly, as a matter of course, I had felt that I was myself. That's why, even if a certain part of my body... Here you go. Entered my field of vision, I didn't recognize it as anything other than a symbol of sorts. Nothing but mere information as meaning. It was input into my brain, such as a finger is finger, an arm is arm, and leg is leg. It's said that people don't see what's before their eyes, the thing in itself. The central concept of Kant's philosophy, of course. The thing in itself is not a thing as a phenomenon, which... The thing in itself is not a thing as a phenomenon, which is an object of empirical cognition. But the thing itself that exists is the origin of the phenomenon, independently of a subject. It is something which cannot be known, only thought about. However, transcendental freedom becomes possible precisely due to that. When we see the passing landscape around us and the countless objects contained with it, it isn't the case that we're perceiving each of them exactly. It seems we're extracting only concepts connotated by each of those objects and processing them with our brain's thought pattern. And nothing more than that. I can't believe this. Hope that cleared things up. There are times where I read those like tips or they start to explain something like that in one of these games and my eyes just kind of glaze over. I'm just like, my brain goes, you have no hope of understanding this. Just read. Yeah, because it can't. You can't know if you did. See what I did there? Until now, I just naturally thought of myself as myself. Within the human psyche, there exists the tendency to seek a self-identity. We're programmed to naturally think that the me of 10 years ago and the me of the present are the same. Yet in practice, both physically and mentally, the two are almost completely different. In much the same way, I too was convinced that the me of before and the me of the present were identical. Therefore, even if I caught a glimpse of my limbs or my clothes, I didn't recognize them as anything other than one of the elements which makes up myself. In short, I was not necessarily seeing my appearance as anything special. I ended up doing nothing more than extracting the general concept of it and inputting that information into my brain. But now that I closely observe my own appearance once more, I'm a self who's different from usual, out of the ordinary, and special. For the first time, I realized that something strange has happened to my body. I realized that my realizing it means that the signal that this is abnormal has risen to the surface level of my consciousness.
なんだか難しそうな顔をしてるね。思いを巡らせているといった感じの顔だ。一人で抱え込んでないで、打ち上げてみたらどうだい?
I run up to Yomugi and seize him by the shoulders.
鏡はどこだ?
鏡? あいにく僕は持ち合わせていないが。
I let go of Yomugi's shoulders and scan the room. Anything that I can use as a mirror. A small square window leaps into view. The other side of the window is covered in darkness. The weak light of the lantern is reflected on the surface of the glass. I urgently rush to the window. A face I have no memory of. The image reflected there is that of a young girl. I'm aghast. Slowly, oh so slowly, I extend a hand toward the face that floats in the glass. Carefully, paying the utmost attention to everything from my fingertips to the base of my arm, so as not to break it. I hold my breath, open my eyes wide, and softly, I touch the surface of the window pane. Who is this woman? Is this woman me? If that's so, then where has the me I recognize gone? Who am I? Which is the real me? I don't understand. Something's wrong. This world isn't the world I know. Loneliness and alienation overwhelm me. My own existence suddenly seems thin and fragile. The anxiety becomes more and more unbearable. Reason deserts me in the face of a fear so powerful it makes me want to scream. Hold on. You know, but of course. I can't wait to have like a 15-minute segment on him having to pee as her. That's gonna be great. I'm really looking forward to that.
助けてくれ誰か俺を
My consciousness abruptly ends there. Trickster. Yeah, that's the word that pops up when Uni's on screen. I wake up shrouded in darkness. A heavy sound like the moans of the dead comes from the other side of the window. My intuition tells me it's just the sound of the blizzard outside. The strong wind rattles the window pane. Getting up from the bed, I take a quick glance around the room. A private room in Sphia. This too is intuitive. Intuition is information understood directly. Oh, not even a tip for this. Without the assistance of the process called inference. Like the instinctive recognition of an apple when one is placed before you, I immediately grasp the situation. I'm currently in Sphia, specified psychiatric hospital for isolation in Aegis. Being in this facility is natural, and being in this room is natural. Because this room is assigned to me. Leaving the bed, I switch on the lights. The everyday items lying around the room are all mine. Nothing has been added, nothing has been removed. No particular abnormality is evident. I observe my body. Wood. I am a man. These two bulges, those two bulges in my chest have thankfully disappeared.
いや不幸にもか
Truth be told, it's a bit of a shame. This is the real world, the world where I exist as myself. I breathe a sigh of relief. But if this is the real world, that means what I saw wasn't real. In other words, I'd simply be dreaming about the mountain cabin place. I don't even have to think about it. Look, I've transformed into a strange woman. There's just no realistic, scientific, or any reasonable way that such a thing could happen. It could only occur within one's imagination and fantasies, illusions, delusions, or dreams. In a space free from the constraints called the laws that rule all things, namely the world of dreams. Well, simply said, this sort of stupid event is only possible in a dream. That's all there is to it. Leaving my room, I make my way to the dining area. There's a large refrigerator in a corner of the kitchen. I open it, take out a plastic bottle full of mineral water. In the cupboard beside it, I find my usual glass. Picking it up, I fill it to the brim. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Oh, he's gonna read that. Thank you. Exhaling, I wipe my mouth. The icy water flows to my stomach and rehydrates my entire body. I take my wristwatch out of my pocket. Doesn't that make it a pocket watch? 9:12 p.m. Later than I thought. After putting the plastic bottle back in the fridge, I head over to the living area. Wood carbuncle. I stand in the middle of the room. With my arms folded, I look
誰
around.
もいないみたいだな
The only audible sound is the sorrowful roar of the blizzard. Loitering in the center of the room, I can't help but feel a little forlorn.
妙だ何かが違う
What feels wrong isn't the fact that I can't find so much as a shadow of another person. I feel different from my usual self. Even if this form is my own, something has started to go wrong on the inside. It differs from the strange discomfort I felt in that dream. It's a cold, empty feeling. When am I getting my old wood carbuncle shirt? You know, if I ever find a shirt that says wood carbuncle on it, I'll buy it. I look like hot guy, same hairstyle and face. I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you. Well, I guess you do call him hot guy, so I'll definitely take it as a compliment. Identify the cause right away.
何をしようとしてるんだ
I've lost sight of my purpose. I don't know what I'm trying to accomplish. I don't remember being told what to do by anyone, and I can't find anything like a goal set by my own will. My will is nothing but a null vector. A person exists for a purpose as they live their daily life. Studying, working, building a family, loving, hating, enjoying the present moment, doing nothing. Anything is fine. In any case, one is constantly driven by necessity from within, or from an outside command to do something. However, I have none of that. Absolutely none of it. If anything, I'm just breathing, drinking water, and taking actions essential to sustain my life. Then, thinking like I am now, this too, I suppose, is an act performed to make my body function correctly. With the exception of these primitive and instinctual acts, I'm doing nothing. I feel as if something is missing, as if my core has been completely disconnected and stolen away.
そもそも俺はどうしてここにいるんだ
man's just like saying words. Hey, Redbeard, hope you're well. He just like me. He just like me for real. Shares a strong resemblance to Satoru. Oh boy. The small rooms arranged in every direction. This living area in the center, the kitchen, the surroundings enclosed by a high wall, the clock tower above the above the facility. I should just get a wood carbuncle shirt and then next Halloween, like go out in it, and then maybe I can encounter one of the 118 people in the entire United States that has probably played this game, and they'll get the reference and go absolutely crazy. Who knows? You know, maybe we could have that moment. To everyone else, I have to explain the whole like concept and like, you know, it'll take me hours. But for that one person, no fucking shot. Wood carbuncle. Oh, I can get different colors. The black's terrible. Oh my god. How many people ask you about what your shirt says in day-to-day life? Considering I don't wear day-to-day a lot of like shirts with words on them, I usually just kind of wear like pajamas on stream and work clothes that are like, you know, button downs to work. Not often. Damn, some of these colors do not work well with the text. Like the blue and the black, you can't even see what the things, like the dark blue, I mean. Wood carbuncle. I mean, I just don't even... Wood carbuncle. Oh, express by the 24th of February. Standard between 21 to the 24th. $18 for a shirt that just says wood carbuncle. That's 25 normally. Clock tower? Something strikes me. I climbed a spiral staircase and stood on top of the clock tower then. I don't know. I can't remember what happened afterwards. My mind is fumbling in the dark. I instinctively become lost in the chaotic blizzard of my thoughts. It doesn't even have... The shirt doesn't even have the pattern. Giving up, I switch gears. But even if I do switch gears, I won't necessarily find what I ought to do. For now, discovering my purpose, that itself becomes my own current purpose. Well then, what to do now? I decide to visit the room on the right first, facing the kitchen. There's a boy in the room. From sitting in a chair, he leaps up in a fluster and starts talking. Two things surprise me. First is the fact that someone is inhabiting this room. If memory serves me well, then this room is supposed to be vacant. Secondly, the fact that this someone is Uni, the boy who appeared inside my dream. Hairstyle, looks, even the round glasses, he's a spitting image of the one in the dream. Why is a character in my dream here in reality? Again, I really did believe that this room was vacant. There's also this. Wood carbon. This looks terrible. I like that the second image is the sticker on the water bottle next to the laptop. It's not even like on the laptop in this one. Oh, you get a holographic. Ooh, look at that. A medium. Oh, mediums for the laptop. Okay, I understand now. It's not even centered on the laptop. All right. Again, I really did believe that this room is vacant. What makes me think that, I have no idea. The countless synapses of my brain are scattering a flurry of sparks. Hey, Sam. I was shopping. What did I miss? Satoru stopped talking at least once yet. Yeah, for Mayuzumi to hit him.
なあ突然こんなことを聞くのもなんだがお前の名前はユニだよな楠田ユニ
うんそうだけど
He frowns perplexedly as he replies.
もう起きても大丈夫なのもう少し寝てた方がいいんじゃない
どうして
まだ回復してないような気がするから
回復
覚えてないのこの部屋で突然暴れ出したこと
暴れた俺が
そうだよ鏡貸してって言うから渡したらさ急に大声を上げて泣き出して暴れてそれでカーリーっていう人がやってきてお兄ちゃんに鎮静剤を打ったんだ
I really don't remember any of that. What the heck did I do? At wit's end, I begin to pace around the room. What did he call me? Onichan? Okay. There are still lots of things I don't understand, but I've obtained some information from Uni. Uni just said someone named Kali. Someone named. This expression shows that the speaker has only recently met this person. Or is skeptical about the identity of that person as a result of unverified information from hearsay. In this case, since Uni appears to have can you say something normal? To have directly witnessed the event he spoke of, the latter possibility can be rejected. Therefore, the relation between Uni and Utsumi Kali is clearly not that deep. Incidentally, for me to arrive at this sort of conclusion, I must already know this woman named Utsumi Kali. Utsumi Kali, a woman. Look, just like that. The fact that I identified her surname and gender without much thought shows I have memories concerning her. And I do know her. I can even vividly recall her appearance. Silver hair, brown skin, gentle eyes, voluptuous chest. He's just horny, As usual, I don't know why I know that. Nor when, where, and how I met her. Thanks, Satoru. Very cool. I give a heavy sigh. It feels somewhat like I'm being manipulated by some unidentified person. That someone rules my memories and perhaps even controls my body. The fact that I'm walking around the room now, is it even due to my own will? I don't even have the confidence to declare that. The thought of being controlled by someone is by no means pleasant. I'm beginning to feel irritated. Uni asks, watching me uneasily.
突然何を言い出すかと思ったら
You and Satoru right now? Oh gosh, what is this? Why can't you just be normal? Oh, the fucking Babadook. Oh my god. Okay. So when this story time, you've unlocked a story. I think I've told this before. When I went to senior week, we went to the Poconos for it. So we went up, instead of going to the beach, we went to the mountains. And we were watching like a horror movie or two every night. That was like what we would do. No. It'll only be 45 minutes. Calm down now. Rule number 7. You'll get credited accordingly. What is it? We put on the Babadook as one of the movies because we got told over and over again, this movie's awesome. This movie's so good. This movie's like really, really like clever and incredible. And I remember we finished watching it and we all thought it was terrible. I'm sure there's like some nuance or whatever as to why it's actually it's good because we didn't like it. But the funniest thing to come out of that was, I can't even remember why it came up. I think it was a little while after that. We were looking at like other movies to do, and we would always joke, let's watch the Babadook again. And Danny, after hearing the thing, like I think it was Danny, the 4th time he heard it and us do that, went, how about we Baba don't? And all of us fucking lost our composure. It's not even that, like, you know, in hindsight, that funny? Maybe not. But at the time, it was the funniest joke we had ever heard. And so we kept adding Baba something in front of just random phrases all week. And I think that was, looking back, funny a little bit. But my God, it would send us to tears every time we do it. See? 45 minutes. 1 minute. 2. Well, okay, 4 minutes. Fuck you. I'm not crediting you those 4.
俺が病気だってどこか悪いように見えるか
4 minutes. They all add up. Unfortunately, can't credit that because if you read the fine print of the contract, okay? See, now you're extending it. This is you time. If you read the fine print of the contract, it counts expected side tangents. Okay? Expected and reasonable tangents are included under the contract. Should have read the fine print before everyone signed. I didn't expect any of them personally. Lack of knowledge of the contract and the stipulations within does not excuse you from the clauses stated here within. Thank you very much. Okay, Mayazumi, ban him. After inspecting my whole body to confirm my condition.
ああ、確かに首とか腰とか背中とか鈍い痛みのようなものがないわけでもないが。
違うよ。体のことを言ってるんじゃないんだ。心の中。
While drawing the palms of his hands to his chest, Uni continues.
お兄ちゃんは心の中が病気なんだって。カーリーが言ってたんだ。突然暴れ出したりしたのもそのせいだし、僕のことを知っているかのようなふりをして見せたのもだから。
Oh, I'm mentally ill? I really want to laugh it off, but I can't. Part of me can't deny this possibility. You said ban him and it reminded me I got permabanned from some random subreddit the other day because I commented based on some post. It's Reddit. I have a buddy that replies anytime you say something that's like good news or something, he'll say based in gamer pilled. It's just run like year like 2 or 3 of that. And I really thought it was gonna end. But I think this is gonna be here to stay. Oh. This mysterious sensation of being controlled by someone. The loss of my purpose, my memory loss, the errors in my recollections, not knowing what I should know, knowing what I shouldn't know, and the strange dream I saw earlier. Considering all that, saying that I'm sick in the head doesn't feel all that far-fetched. Analyzing myself in a calm and objective manner, it is clear that the contents of my head are extremely incoherent. Maybe I have some kind of mental disorder.
でも僕が言うのもなんだけど、そんなに思い詰めない方がいいと思うよ。悟は悟なんだからさ。
Uni says Satoru. I ask it once.
ちょっと待ってくれ。お前、俺のこと知ってるのか?
Uni raises his eyebrows in bewilderment. Turning around, he walks to the front of the desk. He picks something up, a disc-shaped object in the case. Uni speaks while waving it around like a fan.
これだよ。これ。テラバイトディスク。
A terabyte disc?
テラバイトディスク? それって最近製品化された大容量記憶媒体のことだよな。
Of course. No way.
まあ、小 難しく言うとそうなるね。
でもそれとこれとどんな関係が？
A complex smile floats to his face as Uni stuffs the disc into his pocket. Folding his arms, he walks around the room for a while. Keeping my mouth shut, I intently follow his footsteps with my eyes.
とにかく
Stopping suddenly, Uni begins to
僕
speak.
はここに書かれてることを全部信じることにしたんだ。
I don't get it. I was hoping for an answer to my question, but that was really far off the mark.
だからごめんなさい。さっきのことは許してください。
This time, it's an apology out of nowhere. Uni bows to me and scratches his head in embarrassment.
どうして謝ったりするんだよ。
だってさっきサトルが来た時僕冷たくあしらっちゃったでしょ。だから
It's incomprehensible. My thinking process is at a deadlock. All that moves are my eyelids as I blink rapidly and uncontrollably.
そっか。サトルには心になってる時の記憶はないんだったよね。
Huh? What? Why do you know that?
有機道サトルと冬川心
Oh,
は
oh, right. The DID.
冬川心。
How many times has this happened now? Again, that name sounds familiar to me. Fuyukawa Kokoro, a female 20 years old, third year student at, oh, here we go, of Kyumeikon Women's University, majoring in criminal psychology. This time, the question, why do I know the woman named Fuyukawa Kokoro, doesn't come to mind. I'm already very close to accepting this baffling memory malfunction as something normal. However, the other questions are endless. What's the meaning behind Yukido Satoru and Fuyukawa Kokoro are different personalities? Doesn't have memories of the times he becomes Kokoro. What is Uni trying to say? Why did he suddenly apologize? How does he know me? These mysteries and that terabyte disk, what on earth do they have to do with each other?
頼むよ。
I let out frail words. I humbly ask as I hang my head dejectedly.
そんな断片的な情報じゃ何が何だかさっぱりわからないよ。
About your pronunciation? It'll probably be a correction. Kyumeikon? I don't know which one. Kyumeikon? Oh no, I don't know. I never know where the accent in Japanese words goes. I just know that each vowel generally is its own syllable, and then I just pray I get it from there. I also love the idea that each one of these videos is taking him 1 year to watch.
もっと詳しく事情を。
At the moment, I'm about to continue. Very minor IO spoilers, I suppose. He said very minor. If Yosh says they're very minor, I don't. They're minor enough. They really love their terabyte discs, huh? And the moment I'm about to continue. Oh, a voice suddenly echoes across the building. A sharp, chilly shriek interrupts my words. Yuni and I look at each other. Then, what I hear next is the sound of something being thrown.
小鳥だ。小鳥に何かあったんだよ。
This is the first time I've heard an unfamiliar name. Hotori. But there shouldn't be anyone with a name like that in Sphia, but
何ボケっと突っ立ってんだよ。早く。
Yuni yells while flying out of the room. Although I still have many questions to answer, I run after him for the time being. It's like 20 plus years ago, sounds impressive. How much data Can you store on a Blu-ray disc? 25 gigabytes. Dual layer discs can do 50. A standard single layer. Largest. How much max? Largest CD capacity. Okay, a CD can do 870 megabytes. Oh, right. Right. I forgot about this. Like a year ago or whatever, they came out with the very big disc that can store up to 200 terabytes of data. But I don't remember if anything actually came of that after that. Although I still have many questions to answer, I run after him for the time being. Shadow. I like that the names for this one are all... Oh, I haven't been writing down his... Okay, what was Animus? What's next? I like that all of his chapter names are one word instead of like a whole sentence. That would blow Satoru's mind. He wouldn't know what to do. Shadow. Like the Pokemon? I'll just let everyone unpack that. A voice comes from the room to the right of the window at the back of the living area. The door bursts open, and the one who rushes out is... Oh! A white blouse and indigo skirt, leg clad in black stockings, straight black hair that falls to her chest, white skin so pale it's almost transparent. There's no mistake, she's Inabushi Keiko. In my memory, the name Inabushi Keiko is linked to the figure of this girl. However, Yuni runs over to her, calling her name. Not Keiko, but Hotori. Why? But Yuni's voice doesn't seem to reach her ears. She runs from one end of the living area to the other, her long black hair shaking wildly. I just stand there, completely dumbfounded. And just then... Utsumi suddenly appears. She emerges from the same room where the girl appeared. The two of them might have been in a scuffle, seeing as Utsumi's hair is rather disheveled. Utsumi Kali, the person Yuni mentioned earlier. I know her, and she seems to know me too. The blood-curdling shriek blocks all my thoughts. No matter how much I try to think, I make no progress at all. The more I worry, the deeper I lose myself in this labyrinth of memories. So at this moment, I give up on thinking completely. What I should be doing right now is following Utsumi's instructions. My actions after reaching this decision are quick. Leaping into the dining area, I start looking for the girl. Not here. Where'd she go? As I look around, I hear someone running down the stairs behind me. Get this goober saying something that takes 2 words and 200. The labyrinth of memories. Oh yeah. Forgot that part. I'll do that because it's easier for me to do because I have the sound. Well, I guess the mic. I nimbly kick off from the floor and make for the basement storeroom. There's no light in this space enclosed by concrete. A heavy rumbling sound comes from beyond the darkness. It's a low mechanical sound that jolts my body to the very core. I don't really know what it really is. But now isn't the time to worry about that. Fumbling along the wall in the darkness, I finally hit the light switch. White light pours down from the ceiling as I look around searching for her. A small whisper from behind me reaches my ears. I turn around. Yuni beckons to me, leaning halfway out from behind a shelf. I rush over to him. Man, I can't wait until we're standing down here with Hotori and another guy rushes down the stairs and one of us stabs him and then he's a corpse, and then I find out that all of the memories are happening in you know, like the wrong order in Kokoro's chapter. I think that's gonna be really cool. Heaney points behind a pile of cardboard boxes. Two legs ending in a pair of black loafers are partially visible. Uni is nervous, not knowing what to do. Clasping her hands in front of his chest, he awaits further instructions. I place a hand on the shoulder and give him a silent signal to wait here. Uni nods. I leave him there and get closer to the cardboard boxes, moving with great discretion and caution, slowly, and in the next instant, together with her scream, the pile of cardboard boxes in front of me comes tumbling down. I quickly dodge and roll across the floor. I stand up immediately, my eyes fixed on the back of the fleeing girl. I give chase as I raise my voice, weaving her way left and right through the rows of shelves. She continues her escape. Her shoulder bumps into a stack of shelves. The sundries placed upon them tumble down and scatter on the ground. Jumping over those obstacles, I pursue her in earnest. Finally, at last I corner her. I saw a headline called "Robot Biodegrades When No Longer Needed." I was like, so just like me then. Behold, a man. At last I corner her. She slowly backs away toward the corner of the storeroom. She shakes her head furiously to show her refusal. She's clearly frightened. He's lost all reason from some overwhelming terror. I speak to her while maintaining an appropriate distance, refraining from inciting her
大
recklessly.
丈夫だ。とにかく落ち着いてくれ。俺は何もしない。危害を加えるつもりはないんだ。
嫌だ。行きたくない。行きたくない。行きたくない。
I want to go. Where? Though I don't understand what she means, I have no choice but to respond to her.
心配するな。どこにも連れて行ったりしないよ。俺はただ。
Oh. I was told by Utsumi-san to catch you. That's gonna, I'm sure, do a great job in consoling her. I just came to help.
助けに来ただけなんだ。
When I tell her that, her expression suddenly changes.
助けに。
Deep inside her questioning eyes, a faint light comes forth.
そうだよ。俺は敵でも何でもない。君の味方だ。君を守りたいんだ。だから。
お願い。助けて。私。
She suddenly throws herself against my chest, crying out in sorrow. I'm puzzled by this unexpected development. However, as it is, I have no reason to push her away. I hold her tightly in my arms.
怖いの。このままじゃ私死んじゃうかもしれない。だからお願い。助けて。助けて。助けて。
大丈夫だよ。もう大丈夫だ。安心。
やだ。私を見捨てないで。置き去りにしないで。
そんなことするもんか。ずっとそばにいてやるよ。俺がお前を守ってやる。助けてやる。だからとにかく落ち着くんだ。
怖いよ。怖いよ。
There's no way I can hold a proper conversation with her now. I firmly hold her in silence. Suddenly, from over her head, I see someone approaching. It's Utsumi. She walks towards us slowly, her heavy footsteps resonating against the floor. Her right hand is holding something that gives off a metallic radiance, something that looks... If I keep going, and I find out that the injection gun has followed me, I think it might be over. What might be over? I don't know. But 4 years later, I don't know if I can take it again. Utsumi stands behind her.
お願い。私を助けて。
She looks at me with pleading eyes. Immediately after she does, Utsumi places the gun's muzzle to the back of her neck and pulls the trigger. Without any hesitation and silence, the girl loses her strength. Slipping from my grasp, she collapses to the floor with a thud.
殺したのか。
面白い冗談ね。
冗談。
さあ、いいからこの子を部屋まで運んでちょうだい。
Utsumi replies plainly, paying no attention to my shock.
でも
この程度の分量じゃ死なないわよ。
分量。
Utsumi sighs and throws the gun in the right hand of me.
鎮静剤よ。あなたに撃ったのと同じもの。
I stare fixedly at the object I've received. It definitely isn't capable of firing bullets. How'd you get 4? Don't worry about it, Twink. Don't worry about that. An emptied ampule is mounted on the back. I quickly understand that it's an injector shaped like a gun.
じゃあ、
An injection gun, if you will. Saying nothing more, Utsumi walks away. Uni and I, who are left behind, look down at the girl lying on the floor. Just to be sure, I put my ear near her mouth. I can hear the sound of regular breathing. As I kneel beside the girl, I turn my eyes to Uni. About as naturally as a piece of lifeless rubber, Uni's face twists itself into a forced smile. Great mother.
ユキド君。
Two
さっきは
words.
ごめんなさいね。
Utsumi and I are in the dining area. We're sitting at the table facing each other. Yuni is here as well, sitting beside Utsumi. Placed in front of us are cups filled with warm beverages. Utsumi and I are having coffee, and Yuni is having milk tea.
さっきって犬伏恵子のことか。
As soon as I ask, Utsumi nods and laughs. I can't see that is a laughing matter. Inabushi Keiko is now asleep in her bed. Yuni and I had carried her back to her room. The three of us gathered here soon after.
聞いてもいい？
Yuni enters the talk
ど
hesitantly.
うして悟はあの女の子のことを犬伏恵子って呼ぶの？彼女の名前は鈴影ほどりじゃないの？
I'm at a loss as to how I should answer. As I search for the right words, Utsumi speaks.
その名前。ユニ君は誰から聞いたの？
あの女の子が自分から教えてくれたんだ。
そう。いいユニ君。あの子はね、解離性同一性障害っていう病気にかかってるの。あの子の中には鈴影ほとりという名前のもう一人の自分がいるのよ。戸籍上の本名は犬伏恵子なんだけど。
I see, so that's why. There's no longer any doubt as to why that girl is 2 different names. Come to think of it, I already knew that Inabushi had DID. After all, that's the main reason why she was confined in Sphia. There's no room for doubt in Utsumi's explanation.
難しいこと言ってもわからないかもしれないわね。とにかく彼女は心を病んでしまっているのよ。ここにいる結城藤君と同じように。
Wink. I kind of want to hear how he justifies confirming it in his head. I can't help but nod. My heart feels like it's being eaten away. But here and now is the first time I've heard the specific name for it, dissociative identity disorder. I asked Utsumi to confirm what I just heard.
多重人格になっちまったのか。
ええ、
A simple one-word
どうし
reply.
てわかる？
あなたが冬川心の名前を名乗ったからよ。
I have no recollection of that. But since Uni confirmed it too, it has to be true. Some time ago, I introduced myself as Fuyakawa Kokoro to both of them.
でもなんで悟は心の名前を名乗ったりしたのかな？
Utsumi replies to Uni.
それが結城藤君にとって最も都合がいい
Also, he
こと
just
か
called
ら
her Kokoron, which is interesting. Because I thought this Uni had no recollection of the events. Well, I guess she called her that on the plane.
精神の安定を図る上で冬川心という人格になり変わってしまうのが何よりも最適だと彼は判断したんだと思う。
That's their answer to him. I keep my mouth shut and listen to her. I feel like they're talking about someone else's problem. Even when they mention Yukido-kun, him, and so forth, it feels like it has nothing to do with me.
ねえユキド君、
Utsumi turns to me and
これ
speaks.
からいくつか質問するから正確に答えてね。まずこの名前に聞き覚えはない？眉住凛とそれからよもぎ誠治。
Hey. Oh dear. They sound familiar.
ああ知ってるよ。
I answer
リン
flustered.
の方は俺が前に付き合ってた彼女で、よもぎさんの方は内海さんの。
I start speaking, but I stop mid-sentence. How could I have forgotten something so important up until now? Yomugi Seiji and Utsumi Kali are married. After the approval of the dual surname, which we've already analyzed, system with the law revision in 2008, Kali had changed her surname back to Utsumi, her maiden name. In other words, the man who appeared in my dream was none other than Utsumi's husband. However, why did Utsumi decide to ask about him now? And why Mayuzumi Lin, too? The fact that Utsumi knows about Yomugi Seiji is no surprise, but how does she know about my ex-girlfriend Lin?
そう聞くまでもないことだったわね。あなたは二人のことを知っている。じゃあ次の質問。あなたは去年起きた赤倉岳の事故のこと覚えてる？
うん、それも覚えてるよ。
She's probably referring to Flight HAL 18. At this point, Uni abruptly forces his way into the
ねえ
conversation.
ねえ、二人とも何の話してるの？
When Uni finishes speaking, Utsumi turns her head toward him. She stares at him as if she's viewing some kind of bizarre object.
変ね。
え、何が変なの？
ああ、なんでもない。気にしないで。
そんなこと言われても気になるよ。
いいからちょっとだけ黙ってて。今はお兄ちゃんと話をしてるから。
でも
お願い。話なら後でちゃんと聞いてあげるから。ね。
Uni pouts sulkily and shuts his mouth. He takes a sip of milk tea instead. I turn my eyes back to Utsumi and continue.
結局内海さんは何が言いたいんだ？
わからないの？
If you put it like that, I guess. The HAL 18 incident, the ones who were on board the small passenger plane.
よもぎ誠治、冬川心、眉住凛。この3人は去年の1月17日、赤倉岳の雪崩に巻き込まれて。
そう。だから私は冬川さんや眉住さんのことを知ってるの。それからもちろんユニくんのことも。
Uni tilts his head in curiosity. He's obediently staying quiet. Did Utsumi's warning work? But I can't stay quiet. And as soon as the thought crosses my mind, the words come out
そうだ
automatically.
そうだよ。どうしてユニはこんなところにいるんだ？
He's the only survivor of the crash. Since then, 1 year has passed, and I have no idea as to why or how he showed up in Sofia.
それはね。
Uni tries to answer, but Utsumi stops him.
待ってよ。話をややこしくしないで。
No, that's a reasonable question we asked, ma'am.
最初から私が全部説明してあげるから。
最初から？
僕のことも？
そう。全部って言ったら全部よ。
Oh, and I can't wait to swap bodies.
私が知っていることは全部。だけど、その代わり条件があるわ。
条件って？
この話を二人に同時にすることはできないの。
Ma'am, why? Why? You're gonna lie to one of us. And then there's gonna be some like stupid lame excuse as to why it doesn't work. Okay.
だから一人ずつ私の部屋に来て。
どうして？
どうしてもよ。この条件を飲んでもらえない限り、私は何も話せないわ。
We don't have much of a choice if it's put that way. Uni and I nod
じ
quietly.
ゃあそうね。最初はユキドくんから。
With that proclamation, Utsumi stands up from her seat. She heads toward her room. Yuni and I are still trying to regain our composure after this unexpected
ユキ
twist.
ドくん聞きたくないの？
Smiley, smiley. As urged, I hastily follow Utsumi. Just before I enter the room, I throw a glance over my shoulder. Yuni, sitting shyly on a chair in the dining area, at a loss as what to do, he stares back at me bewildered. And there we are again in third person. I'm telling you.
言っておきたいことがあるの。
Communication. Utsumi takes a seat on the bed.
どうぞ。
She prompts me to sit in a nearby chair with a wave of her hand. Wood carbuncle. I lean against the chair in front of the
言っ
desk.
ておきたいことって。
ここはスフィア隔離と保護のための特定精神医療施設。このことを頭の中にしっかりと刻んでおいて。
そんなこと言われなくても分かってるよ。
いいえ、あなたは何も分かってないわ。
It would be a bad game if we never got to look at Hot Guy. We get to see him at the ocean. Perfect. I'm telling you, this means something. The fact that we can see ourselves.
ここは精神に異常をきたした人たちが収容される施設。
What? I don't know.
つまり、ここにいる人たちはすべて
頭がおかしくなっている。
A bit rude.
そういうこと。
I can't believe you agreed to that.
こんなことを言うのは失礼かもしれないけれど、あえてあなたにだけは教えておくわ。私はね、あなたたち3人に精神障害の疑いがあると思ってるの。
But she's perfectly fine. Don't worry.
犬伏恵子はもちろんのこと、ユニ君にもユキド君にも全員に。逆にあなたの立場に立てばこうなる。私も含めてここにいる4人全員が精神疾患にかかっているという可能性もあると。
ごめん。何が言いたいのかよくわからないんだけど。
要するに誰も信用してはいけないってこと。犬伏恵子の言葉、ユニ君の言葉、あなたの言葉。
I'm not trusting her. I mean, nothing she's saying is really all that useful yet.
それからもしかしたら私自身の言葉も
Oh yeah, there you go. See?
全部誰の言葉にも確実性があるとは言い切れないのよ。
待ってくれ。内海さんが俺たちの言葉を信用できないのはよくわかる。だけどどうして俺がユニやあなたのことまで疑わなければならないんだ。第一、自分で自分のことを疑うように忠告するなんて変じゃないか。
あくまでも先読みしたまでよ。
先読み？
あなたはいずれ私の言葉を疑うようになるわ。内海カーリーの精神も異常をきたしているのではないかって必ずそう思うはず。
Hey, Wombat, why are we including her? Because she's frequently gaslighting us on the other route. So trusting her is a bit risky. Hope you're doing well.
そうしたらあなたは私の発する一言一言に対して疑問を抱くようになり、余計な詮索を始め。
A gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
そういうのって不毛なことだと思わない？だから私は前もって言っておくことにしたの。
Good quote.
私の言っていること、これから告げることが必ずしも真実とは限らない。
What I say, what I inform you of now, may not necessarily be restricted to the truth. Uh,
わかる？
guess.
まあ今わからなくてもいいわ。とにかく繰り返すけど、ここでは誰の言うことも信じてはいけないの。みんながみんな嘘つきだと思ってもらえればそれでいい。
So that means I can trust her, right? Live your non-restricted by the truth life, Utsumi.
嘘つきだから欺瞞に満ちた内容もしばしば口にするでしょう。けれどそのぐらいのことで取り乱したりしないで、当然のことだと思うぐらいのゆとりを持ってほしいの。あなたには常に冷静でいてほしいのよ。いい？これはあなたの精神機能を正常に保つ上でも極めて重要なことなの。受け入れてもらえるかしら。
そうだな。文脈の示す内容自体が理解に苦しむが、
She's just trying to help, I think.
ま、結論としての忠告だけは素直に受け止めておくことにするよ。俺はあなたの言うことを信じない。あなたは俺の言うことを信じない。お互いがお互いを疑い合うことによって初めて信頼関係が。
That's not how that works.
そういうことだよな。
A broad smile. Her face lights up and she nods
それ
slightly.
じゃあ始めましょうか。
Contrary to the seriousness of the subjects, our talk now begins with playful words. It's a long talk. As it stretches on, it continues to grow more and more complicated, piling on layer after layer. I trade questions back and forth numerous times while I continue to put together the story in my head. In summary, our discussion boils down to this. Hello, background. About me, Yukido Satoru, Utsumi and Uni seem to think I have DID, a fact I'd very much like to deny, but it seems difficult to refute it under the circumstances. So for the time being, as a temporary measure, I decided to go along with the assumption. I have no idea what Inubushi thinks of me right now, but sooner or later, this information will get out to her. Utsumi or maybe Uni will surely inform her of it. Yukido Satoru is dissociative identity disorder just like you. There's no stopping that. So I realized I'll just have to accept it. Utsumi, Uni, Inubushi, the three of them will inevitably come to view me as having DID. It's not like I particularly care or anything. Baka. Anyway, comparing with all the other problems in my mind, that isn't really a big deal. Now, one question comes to mind. We've turned to yellow. It's something Uni pointed out pretty recently as well. Why didn't Utsumi show any resistance to me supposedly having DID claiming to be Fuyakawa Kokoro? She clearly knows about Fuyakawa Kokoro being caught in the avalanche with her husband Yomugi Seiji. If I were to try to deceive her with the name of a person she knew, you'd obviously expect her to react with a healthy dose of repulsion or something. Regarding that, Utsumi says, well, because we've already...
確かに最初は驚いたわ。驚いて、あなたが嘘をついていると思って。それで思わず平手打ちまでしてしまった。私がさっき謝ったのはだからなの。誤解してたのよ、ユキド君のことを。だからごめんなさいって。
However, she says it doesn't bother her anymore. Why is that so? It also seems that Utsumi knew I'd gone out with Lin thanks to a mysterious document. I'll consider that strange document more later, but regardless, she came to trust it with 100% certainty. She thinks like so.
心の奥深いところでまだ眉住さんのことを強く強く思っているのよ。でも彼女はもうこの世界には存在しない。去年の1月17日に亡くなってしまった。その現実を受け入れるのが嫌だからだからユキド君は眉住さんの存在する世界を、歴史を少なくとも自分の中でだけは成立させようと考えたんだと思う。けれどそれをするためには眉住さん自身の人格を喪失しても意味がない。なぜならあなたの目的は空想としての彼女を生み出すことではなかったから。眉住さんが生存しているといういわば歴史的に見れば偽りの現実を
Would be absolutely insane if this is just actually what it is. Although, you know, how does the ocean get involved? I don't really know yet.
あなたはできる限り合理的に整合性のあるものとして自身の内部に再現したいと考えたのよ。自分自身を騙すために、説得力を持たせるために。
I'm making a D tier.
そこで眉住さんでもなく ユキド君でもない第三者の人格が求められることになった。
Yosh, we both know that I'm not figuring it out soon.
その場合、歴史を変えるのに最も適した人物とは誰か。一番簡単なのは雪崩に巻き込まれた残り2名のうちのいずれかになり変わることだった。そこで選ばれたのが。
Also, how do we even know that this is in the future, right? If our memory is all fucked up, how do we know that Utsumi isn't just like lying to us? Because we had an instinct that it was true? Fuyakawa Kokoro, it seems. That's just Utsumi's explanation. I have a different opinion. Lynn and I parted the ways about 1.5 years ago. Maybe a bit cold to say this, but by the time of the accident, I simply didn't love her as much as I did before. Of course, losing her was sad. Sad, but certainly not to the point where it would cause me to develop a personality disorder. Consequently, I can't accept Utsumi's claim. I do agree with certain parts of it, but at any rate, that's how it goes. That's just Utsumi's personal interpretation anyway. One which I quickly decide to disregard. Her advice in the introduction, don't trust anyone's words, helps me a lot with this matter. Blue. Next, about my amnesia, I decided to be frank and tell Utsumi the following. I have no recollection of any events except for a select few from the time of my birth up until now. Oh, so then about the plane crash, we knew about the plane crash, so it had to have happened in the past because we are able to reference the like people that died in it, the date and how. So never mind. I have no recollection of any events except for a select few from the time of my birth up until now. Strictly speaking, my memories begin the moment I begin having the dream about that mountain's cabin. I can hardly remember anything that happened before that, but somehow there are other things that I haven't forgotten. Oh, I bet they're implanted memories. Easy. Hereafter, I will list my most important memories. Back to Gray. First, my own name. My name is Yukido Satoru. I'm 21 years old. Today is Wednesday, January 11th, 2012. I'm in Sphia, the specified psychiatric hospital for isolation and aegis. The layout of Sphia is also roughly inscribed in my mind. I'm more or less familiar with my current surroundings. The people here at Sphia are Inabushi Keiko, Utsumi Kali, and me. According to my memory, only the three of us should be here. Uni must be a special case. Inabushi Keiko is DID. Due to the incident at Awazumi, she was institutionalized here. I know the full story of the tragedy that occurred in the hospital. I'll leave Uni and Utsumi for later. Next up, we have Mount Adakakura, the crash of HAL 18 last year and the 3 survivors who were later buried in an avalanche. These facts are clearly etched in my memory. The people on the shelter, Yomugi Seiji, Fuyakawa Kokoro, Mayuzumi Lin, and Kusada Uni. Yomugi is Utsumi's husband and the mountaineer. Kokoro is a third-year student at Kyumeikan Women's University. Mayuzumi Lin, it would take forever to try and list the things I remember about her. The fact that we were going out, several episodes in our relationships, some noteworthy conversations, and so on. But in an extreme way, I feel like I know more about Lin than I do about myself. I know all there is to know about her. Lin is a very important person to me, much more so than just as a romantic liaison. Yellow. So that should be just about everything that I can remember. Now then, this time, let's line up with the things I forgot or perhaps don't know to begin with. First of all, as I said before, prior to the dream in the mountain cabin, I remember nothing. Where I was born, what my childhood was like, how I lived up until the age of 21. I don't even remember my parents. And what about the recent past? How long have I been in Sphia? Why am I here? Why? What for? What's my goal here? The only possibilities that spring to mind are that I'm a patient here or a staff member. When I ask Utsumi about this...
ここのスタッフだったはず。でも今は確信が持てなくなってしまったわ。もしかしたらあなたは最初からここの患者だったのかもしれない。
Just like that, she says something that only adds to my confusion. Let's move on. I know a lot about Inabushi Keiko as well. On the other hand, Utsumi and Uni are still a mystery to me. Why is Utsumi at Sphia? The way she puts it...
私は精神科の医師としてここで働いてるのよ。
But those words lack credibility. Since she herself instructed me not to trust anyone, I decided to do just that regarding this matter. I can't disregard the possibility of Utsumi being a patient here. What about Uni? Why is he here? Utsumi and I discuss it. Back to the real world.
わからないわ。突然やってきたのよ。
Man, this Uni stuff is really weird.
突然やってきた
Yeah, like he's a god or something.
夕方の5時過ぎだったかしら。
He just materialized.
気がついたらユニ君はここにいたの。
そんなバカなこの施設は 部外者が簡単に出入りできるような構造にはなってないんだぞ。
知ってるわよ。でもしょうがないじゃない。
Great.
いたんだもの。
That's totally absurd. Utsumi seems to think so as well.
私だって最初は怪訝に思ったわ。何かよからぬことを企んでるんじゃないかと思って警戒したの。だってそうでしょ。彼は墜落事故の唯一の生存者なのよ。その彼が遺族である私の前に何の前触れもなく姿を現した。仮にユニ君が患者の一人として私の知らないうちにこのスフィアに搬送されてきたのだとしても、
Yeah, but wouldn't they brought supplies and stuff because they only send stuff here once a
お
month?
かしいでしょ。常識的に考えれば変よね。
After Utsumi voices all of the doubts I myself have been having, she continues.
ある文書が全てを解決してくれたの。出どころや筆者が不明という点においては怪文書の部類に属するかもしれない。
何なんだよその怪文書って。
The terabyte disc.
1枚のテラバイトディスクに保存されていた膨大な量のテキストファイル。
テラバイトディスク。それってユニが持ってた。どんなことが書かれてたんだ。
楠田ユニは存在すべくして存在する。
Oh man.
もちろんそれだけじゃないわよ。結城堂君と眉住さんがかつて恋人同士の関係にあったこと、結城堂君が乖離性同一性障害に陥っていること、あとは極めて説得力のある内容が延々と何ギガバイトにもわたって書かれていた。
That's so much text.
答えようがないわ。私だけ、もしくはユニ君だけしか知り得ないようなことが克明に詳細にわたって綴られていたの。場合によってはご丁寧に動画データまでも
Oh,
提示
good.
されていることがあって、だから私は信じることにしたのよ。信じざるを得なかったと言った方が的確かもしれないわね。
誰が書いたものかもわからない。
そんなのは些細なことよ。あなたも読めばきっと納得すると思うわ。
In the end, the matters of Uni have been left unsettled. Kusuda Uni exists by necessity. I can't understand anything until I see the contents of that terabyte disk. I'll try borrowing it from Uni later. That said, I'll temporarily put the investigation into the mystery of Uni on hold. Now then, let's continue. The continuation of the list of things forgotten by me. I try to think about the people on Mount Akakura. There are many things related to the Yomugi and Kokoro that I don't know, which is reasonable. I can only remember them as victims caught in the avalanche along with Lin. Well, come to think of it, I can't really say that I remember everything about Lin either. I remember a lot from when we were dating, but I've forgotten something quite important. Namely, the beginning and the end. In other words, how and why we started dating and why we broke up. No matter how hard I try, I can't remember. Did Lin and I really have a relationship? I doubt even that. However, I can't remember what I can't remember. I decided it's better to give up on that line of thought. Hello. That's roughly all the content of my memories. Incomprehensible indeed. There seems to be no rhyme or reason as to what I remember and what I've forgotten. Should such an absurd type of amnesia really exist? Utsumi has this to say.
一般的な記憶障害とは明らかに異なるわね。私もあなたのような症例は見たことがないからよくわからないけど、でももしかしたら今のあなたという存在は結城堂君の中に生まれた最も新しい別の人格なのかもしれない。そう考えてみれば過去の記憶がないことについても説明できるでしょ。断片的に覚えている部分があるのはそれが結城堂君本人の記憶と直接リンクしているからなんじゃないかしら。あなたがこのスフィアで目覚めたのは確か今から1時間半ぐらい前だったわよね。だとしたら結城堂君、今のあなたは90分前に初めてこの世界に産声を上げた特殊な存在なのかもしれないわ。
Oh, of course.
もちろん可能性の一つとして。
My personality was born 90 minutes ago? Wouldn't that mean that I didn't exist before that? That's nonsense. It can't be. Anger fueling me, I'm prepared to put everything on the line in order to deny it. But, regretfully, I can't find the words to object with. Because the evidence that I am me, the proof of my identity, really is something I cannot speak about without my past history. Nevertheless, I just can't accept her reasoning. I most certainly have a past, I have a history. I might have no basis for it right now, but I certainly feel a strong need to persuade myself of this. Blue. And so our talk ends. Utsumi also sums up the events which happened today for me. Up until this evening, it had been just another calm, ordinary day, everything proceeding as usual. And then, just after 4 p.m., during the raging blizzard, a bolt of lightning struck Svia's clock tower. Of course, since Utsumi didn't go outside, she couldn't say that she witnessed the scene firsthand. But she had experienced the sound of the lightning hitting the tower, then the impact that followed, and the flash from the other side of the window. Incidentally, at the same time, Utsumi had also witnessed a far more shocking scene. As the lightning bolt struck, Utsumi was in the living area and looked outside the window. In the darkness, a pale flash illuminating the surroundings. At that moment, in that exact instant, I fell from the clock tower alongside that bolt of lightning. The living area's window looks out onto a roofless terrace. The terrace is covered with a layer of snow about a meter thick. The snow had acted as a cushion, aiding my escape from death. Utsumi dug me out of the snow and carried me to the bedroom I woke up in. Oh, when we were struck by the lightning, we got teleported 1 year back in time. Easy, I figured it out now. That's how we show up to the ocean. Which certainly exists. Utsumi dug me out of the snow and carried me to the bedroom I woke up in. At the time, needless to say, I was unconscious. Around 5 p.m., though it was mentioned before, Utsumi found Uni inside Sphia. The discovery took place in one of the rooms, supposedly vacant until then. She heard an odd noise and opened the door to find a lone boy crouching on the floor. Utsumi was bewildered. Why is Kusuda Uni here? She was puzzled, feeling something akin to fear, so she didn't try to talk to him. Around 8 p.m., Utsumi visited my room to check up on me. Utsumi said I introduced myself as Fuyakawa Kokoro then. That combined with Uni's sudden unexplained appearance caused her to suddenly lash out. She slapped me, yelled stop messing about and around, and left the room. Afterward, according to Uni, I looked in the mirror and went berserk. Utsumi heard the scream, rushed in and injected me with a sedative, just like an Inabushi a short while ago. I fell asleep in an instant. Utsumi and Uni then read through the contents of the mysterious terabyte disk. Then around 9 p.m., I opened my eyes as me in existence with the consciousness of Yukido Satoru. Since I remember everything from that point on, there's no need to continue. Thus, Utsumi's long story ends. As I finish listening to it, I feel very refreshed. Of course, there's still a mountain of things I don't understand, but the things I don't understand and the things I do understand, for me, being able to make the distinction is a huge leap forward. Ocean is real, ocean can hurt you. Utsumi stands up and walks to the door. She puts her hand on the handle. I too stand up from my chair, but I stop just before leaving the room. There's still something bothering me. Why did I climb the clock tower?
最後に一つだけ聞いてもいいか？
どうぞ。
俺はどうして時計台なんかに登ったりしたのかな？
そのことも覚えてないの？
あ
じゃあなぜ時計台から落ちてしまったのかも
わからない。
そう。
内海さん。
That seems convenient for her.
いいえ、あなたを最後に見かけたのは確か3時半を回った頃だったかしら。階段を降りていく後ろ姿がリビングの方から。
階段を降りた？
Oh!
何か思い出した？
いや、何も。
I shake my head, the mouth slacking into a self-derisive grin.
これでもう十分でしょ。ユニ君を呼んできてちょうだい。
助かったよ。いろいろ教えてくれてありがとう。
Expressing my gratitude from the bottom of my heart, I leave the room.
あ、そうだ。
Just as I step into the living area, I hear a voice call out from behind. I turn around to see Utsumi on the other side of the open door.
悪いんだけど、ダイニングテーブルにあるコーヒーカップ片付けておいてもらえる？
Her gentle smile calms my mind immediately. There truly is a soothing force that transcends all reason within the smile of a beautiful woman. Oh, I return her smile.
ありがとう。
Her grin broadens even further. A very ordinary, commonplace exchange. But right now, even ordinary words like these feel incredibly precious to me. I head toward the kitchen on steps as light as a feather.
ずいぶん長かったね。
Uni sighs, sounding tired. Resting his chin in his hands, he looks at me with drowsy eyes from across the table.
何話してたの？
まあいろいろとな。内海さん部屋で待ってるみたいだぞ。お前のことを呼んでこいって。
わかった。
With that lackadaisical look, Uni leaves his seat. Swaying on his feet like a drunk, he walks towards Utsumi's room. After I watch him go,
片付けますか。
I left the 3 cups left on the table with 3 of my fingers. Like that, I walk toward the sink. The hold my 3 fingers have on the handles is rather precarious. And just as I try to get a better grip, the cups slip right out of my fingers. I'll explain why the cup's broken when we jump.
ああ、やっちまった。
Huge skill. I agree. Huge skill issue. Just simply carry the cups correctly. I grumble as I gather up the broken pieces. No, I want to fill my water bottle up. So I'm not going to grumble as I gather up the broken pieces. I am going to leave you with Hopper and go fill my water. This should take about 45 seconds to get them balanced correctly. Come on. He doesn't balance as well as Fisher does. Come on, somewhere there's got to be like a nice little middle ground, right? Yeah. If I do this. Okay, he's kind of peeking. There you go. Be right back. Hello. Paul? I swear he's doing it on purpose. You might go, Taylor, why didn't you keep going until there was music? Well, maybe the music should have appeared earlier. 1, 2, 3. I picked them up without even thinking about it. The moment I reach out for the next piece, I finally notice the problem. I jump back in confusion, feeling like I've touched something I'm not supposed to. A few fragments slip from my hands, fluttering and dancing away in the air like scraps of paper. No, that's not it. Those really are scraps of paper. Tiny characters are squeezed onto each scrap. I can tell at a glance that it's a newspaper. I should have recognized the newspaper scraps for what they were, but for some reason I mistook them for something else. Specifically, I was convinced that they were pieces of the broken cups, because just a moment ago there really had been cups in my hand. And yet, just like magic, they'd suddenly transformed into a newspaper. Still reeling from the shock, I almost forgot to breathe altogether. The man standing beside me speaks. It's Yomugi, the man in the dream. Why is he here? The answer's obvious. I guess my consciousness has once again been pulled into my dream world. With those words, Yomugi crouches down and begins collecting the newspaper scraps. Someone else decides to silently help him. It's Uni. Looking across the room, I can see Lynn here too. She's resting on the table with her chin in her hands, chewing on something. Is it gum? She seems pretty listless and has an apathetic look on her face. This is the mountain cabin. Everything in the room is identical to the dream I saw earlier. The only difference is the scraps of newspaper scattered across the floor. After I muttered to myself, Yomugi, still kneeling on the floor, looks over his shoulder at me.
Yeah, なんでもない。気にしないでくれ。
It would be meaningless to say anything to people in a dream. Waving my hand in a gesture of please keep it up, I head over to the cabin window. There's a blizzard outside. I can tell due to the countless snowflakes striking the glass and the gloomy echoes that fill the room. I gaze into the darkness of the storm, but besides the swirling white, there's nothing out there to be seen. I return my line of sight to the surface of the glass. Though I had already expected this, I can't help but despair whenever I see my reflection. Just as I feared, the face of that unknown woman is still reflected in the window.
誰なんだよ、こいつは。
Those words leave my mouth unconsciously. It's you, another self whispers to me. I know that already, but just to be sure, I have to confirm it with my own eyes. I try smiling, pursing my lips, rubbing my hand over my face, but no matter what I do, the woman reflected in the glass matches my movements perfectly. There's bilateral symmetry and no time difference. She reproduces everything I do without discrepancy, exactly the same way. I turn away from the window. Surprise attack! She immediately turns around as well. Staring at me with eyes full of suspicion. Still standing by the window, I look down at my body. A ribbon at my chest, a light pink skirt, a high lace-up boots. I open my hands and place them together. My reaction speed is no different than it is in reality. I swing my arms. I do a stretch, I jump, I even do a high knee dash. The movements, this time it doesn't go like with my hands, and the movements are awkward. I try doing push-ups with both hands. 1, 2, 3. Before I reach double digits, my cheek presses against the wood floor in exhaustion. I'm overwhelmingly lacking in physical strength. The physical endurance of this body is far different from what I expected. A dissociation between the mental and physical self. Though the body is still made of normal human flesh, it feels like it's composed of something akin to jelly. I get up unsteadily and wipe the dust from my clothes. Thankfully, there's no hindrance to everyday movement. The real problem is instantaneous movement and stamina. No, it isn't just that. There are two differences that I can't seem to easily adapt to. First, okay, the mammary organs that have grown on my chest. They are not that big, but that doesn't change the fact that they're obnoxiously there. The idea that something that shouldn't be there actually is, just as though it were natural, makes me uncomfortable. As far as I'm concerned, they're undesired and nothing but an obstacle. And moreover, there are two of them. Don't saddle me with these things, is one of the complaints I want to make. And on top of that, I really want to do something about this feeling of tightness on my chest. I reach my arm into my clothes, search along my back, and undo the hook there. It becomes a little easier to breathe. Secondly, my lower half feels cold. It's drafty and makes me feel uneasy. Do the creatures known as women really walk around the city dressed so defenselessly? Okay, this is getting out of hand. Now there's 2 of them. It's somehow hard to believe. I try pushing the skirt up between my thighs. It doesn't really feel right. I try pulling it up around my rear, but as I feared, it doesn't help at all. And then something occurs to me. Something that shouldn't be there actually is. I'm well aware of that terrible situation. However, it's also the case that something that should be there now isn't. Big incel energy from Satoru. Yes, I forgot the most important thing. Feeling a little dismayed, I tried searching around for it. I told you. Well, I guess I thought it was just going to be 15 more minutes of can I pee. I guess this is our version of it now.
マジですか?
It isn't there. The thing that should be there isn't. The most precious treasure has been snatched away. I'm distraught over the loss of that important symbol. Someone get Liz. Her man needs defending.
Nai, Nai, Nai! どこだ? どこだ? どこに行っちまったんだ?
He got up and walked away. I grub around my lower body in desperation, searching for what was lost. Searching for my irreplaceable pal. There isn't the slightest bit of hesitation or indecision. This is a state of emergency, an emergency equal to the destruction of the world. But no matter where and how much I search, I can't find it. Obviously, it can't do something like crawl out from under the bed and say hello. This is the body of a stranger, a woman's body. Furthermore, it's happening in a dream. I know that. Oh, I know that, but I can't help wondering to myself. Can I ask a question for the men in chat? Are you all so weirdly attached to your dicks? I mean, I feel like it's more just the confusion of not having one. Satoru's just kind of weird, though. I don't know if I'm the right sample size, but I'm a big fan of them overall. I mean, I'd be fucking confused. I don't know if I'd be calling him my irreplaceable pal. Satoru may be overreacting a tiny bit. IMO. Call it like a 6, somewhere between like a... Call it like 50 to 80% of this I'd find reasonable. Like a reaction that's 50 to 80% this. 80's like obviously upper bounds. If it's below 50, I'd be a little confused as well. But somewhere in that range, I think would be like an acceptable. Like, yeah, no, you're valid for this. I'd say I'd be around like 64.1. I'd be more confused about how I'm... See, like, okay. Why am I analyzing this? So, he still thinks it's a dream, right? So, okay, it could just be like a weird, I'm in a dream, like, I don't fucking get what's going on, but I could just explain it away as that. This feels like he is no longer thinking it's a dream. If I immediately knew that I was swapping bodies and it wasn't a dream, I would be more freaked out by the fact that my consciousness was teleporting into another person, or at least into another body somewhere else, before I freaked out that my dick was gone. Yeah, because if you are probably dreaming, then you're probably dreaming, right? Like, okay, then it's just like a whatever. I would then wonder if I could get more straight men in the dream than gay men IRL. I know that, but I can't help wondering to myself. With both hands still between my legs, I howl up to the heavens. See, that's just weird. That just makes me think. This just makes me think of those wolf meme edits I keep sharing from Instagram. Let me mortify afterwards. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. That's so much funnier with voice acting. Team Rocket's blasting off again! What am I fighting for?
Nande! Nande! Nande narinda!
Okay, the voice acting does make this pretty good. I feel eyes boring into me, so I whirl around. Three figures stand in front of the table. You know what I need? I need a GIF without. I'll need to make this. Hold on. 58. No. 57. I need to make a GIF of these guys just blinking without the dialogue box to send as a reaction to people. Imagine I have to leave a note saying, sorry, all heart, no brain. You may have slept with a dozen guys. Oops. For the pissing scene, I could at least get why Kokoro was so at a loss. This is outside of my wheelhouse. I mean, it's probably just the reverse. I mean, it's just the reverse. Just reverse it. Just like flip, I guess. It probably is about appropriate. They're T-posing at him. Their mouths hang wide open as they stare straight at me. The cigarette drops from Yomigi's lips. Uni's glasses are slipping down. Around Lynn's mouth are the remnants of popped gum. I look down. Something a woman shouldn't expose in public is in plain sight. Two hands are spread across an unfortunate place. What? I straighten up while softly brushing my skirt.
いや、まあ、あれですよ。ほら、かゆかったかなみたいな。
This doesn't make it better.
かゆい？
あ、窓の外に雪んこが。
I point behind them. They all take the bait and turn around. I immediately run away, seeking refuge in the basement. Are you in Kinko? I love Eureka. Oh, that's all right. Eureka's. Yep. I know about that. I watched one episode of the anime. The skateboarding mecha. I still think the reason she had the most trouble in the pissing scene is she sat down and did not expect it to hit the water. Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. Of course. I figured that. I see, I knew. You couldn't be referencing some, like, niche thing that 43 people in the world know about. Not you. Can't help be amazed that the oldest trick in the book actually worked. From the rectangular opening above the ladder, I can hear the sound of whispering voices. I can just about make out what they're saying.
ベッドかどこかに縛り付けといた方がいいんだよ。このままじゃ何されるか分かったものじゃないもの。
Fine, 44. Eureka 7? That's the one I'm thinking of.
いや、いくらなんでもそれはまずいだろう。相手は女の子だぞ。
ほっとけばいいんじゃないの。別に危害を加えるわけじゃないんだし。
While listening attentively, I start to think, this is so stupid. What the hell am I doing? This is a dream, right? It's not real. So why did I get embarrassed and hide down here? Well, it's true that I've lost my beloved symbol. It's nothing to mourn over. I decide to accept this phenomenon for what it is. But then, what if this world isn't a dream? Is it possible that both Sphia and the cabin are real?
まさかな。
I shake my head and quickly toss the idea aside. After climbing the ladder, I stealthily peek up at the first floor.
ひとまず当分の間は何事もなかったかのようにとにかく彼女を刺激しないように。
Ini's the first one to notice me after I poke my head out. With the tip of one finger, Uni turns Yomogi's shin to face me.
いや、どこに行ってたんだい？突然姿を消しちまったもんだから探したよ。
That tone of voice is so forced. It's a bit hard to hide in this place. There's only a storage room and an upper floor.
そんなところに隠れてないで。ほら、上がってこいよ。みんな君のことを待ってたんだぞ。
Yomogi spreads his arms wide, trying to look welcoming. Uni looks away, his lips pursed in a sour expression. Lynn just blows another bubble with her gum as she fiddles with a piece of firewood. It sure doesn't look like either of them had been waiting. Well, whatever. I climb back up and sit on one of the log chairs beside the table. Uniform. Easy. Communication, uniform. The cold atmosphere permeates the room. Everyone's trying to stay calm and composed. So am I. We're playing dumb, pretending that nothing happened just now. The newly gathered newspaper scraps are piling up on the table. From the looks of things, I'd been torn up pretty haphazardly and definitely by hand. There's no regularity in the size of the scraps, and the soft fiber of the paper is exposed along the edges. What the hell does this mean? Were they trying to make confetti out of it?
ユニ、下にガムテープがあっただろう。持ってきてくれないか。
分かった。
He disappears down the ladder.
さてと。
And then we should be restraining her camp.
君にも手伝ってもらおうかな。
Yomogi sits down in front of me as he
何を？
speaks.
ジグソーパズルだよ。
ジグソーパズル？
ここに積まれた新聞紙を元通りに復元するんだ。
なぜ？
君がこの新聞紙を破いた理由。
俺が破いた？
そうだよ。問い返すところを見ると覚えていないようだね。ああ、答える必要はない。こんな問答を繰り返しても無意味だからね。とにかく君はここに書かれている記事を見るなり前後不覚に陥ってしまった。叫んで暴れてこいつをビリビリに引きちぎって、この山はそうして生まれたんだ。もちろん納得してくれなんて言わない。疑ってもらっても構わない。ただ僕は気になってるんだ。ここにはとても大事な何かが書かれているような気がする。君の精神を極限状態へと追い詰めるほどの何か。どうかな、手伝ってもらえないだろうか。
There's no reason to refuse. Besides, like Yomogi, I want to know why the newspaper was torn up.
しょうがねえな。どっから手つけりゃいいんだ。
As Yomugi nods with a small smile, he spreads out the pile of paper. TBH, this game could have used more dick scenes. I am good with this amount. The dichotomy of man.
これがこうなってこうだから。
違う、そこはこっちでしょ。
More than enough. I am good with this amount.
活字が逆向いてんじゃないのよ。
あ、そっか。
よもぎ、そこも違う。ちゃんとページ番号振ってあんでしょうが、ここに。
え、ああ、本当だ。
おいこら、そこの女、あんたさっきから何やってんのよ。
え、俺？
女って言ったら私の他にはあんたしかいないじゃない。
I have endured more than enough.
こら、無視すんなっつの。何やってんのって聞いてんでしょ。
何って新聞を復元してるんだけど。
It's being difficult tonight. I'm off to bed. Ciao. Good night. Sorry, it's being difficult.
何のために？
記事を読めるようにするために。
で、あんたが今手に持ってる切れ端は？
ポコポコちゃんって書いてあるな。
4コマじゃん。そんなもん再生してどうすんのよ。はあ、たくあんたたちパズルの才能ゼロでしょ。
そういうリンは？
さっきから手が動いてないみたいだけど。
私はいいの、現場監督なんだから。
なんだよそれ。
あん？文句あんの？
いえ、ないですよ。
Thus, due to the addition of Uni and one supervisor, our work advances smoothly. Or so I think. But,
ねえ冬川さん、そこの切れ端取ってくれないかな。
at that unexpected utterance, my hands freeze. Fuyakawa. I slowly raise my face, almost as though I'm pulling it
冬
up.
川さん、それだよ。君の手の下にある切れ端。
Yomagi is looking straight at me. Just to be sure, I turn around to look. There's no one behind me. That means that Yomagi is calling me
冬
Fuyakawa.
川って冬川心のことか。
A fun detail that's kind of lost in translation is that Satoru uses oi as a pronoun to refer to himself, while Kokoro uses atashi. That's how people can eventually tell who's talking. Oh, that is a clever little detail. I'm surprised they didn't keep using the blue eyes versus the white eyes in order to, or like blue letters or something. I turn around and ask. A scrap of paper falls from Yomigi's hand. Uni and Lin both stop what they're doing simultaneously. Only the flame of the lantern continues its flickering. Picking up the piece Yomigi asked for and joining it with the nearly completed page, I muse aloud.
冬川心か。それが俺のこの肉体の所有者の名前なんだな。
Yomigi answers with a firm nod. At this moment, I finally understand what it is that's happening to me. Yomigi Seiji, Mayuzumi Lin, Kusada Uni, and Fuyakawa Kokoro are all here. Furthermore, we're inside a shelter cabin engulfed by a blizzard. I'm getting fed up with the slow speed of my thoughts.
DID 乖離性同一性障害だね。
Uni slowly opens his mouth. I keep my own shut and I carefully listen to his speech. The main point is this. He goes into his thoughts a lot. Yomagi, Uni, Lin, and Fuyakawa Kokoro, these four people had all boarded a small passenger plane flying towards Wakanai. But on the way, the plane crashed due to some sort of problem. They were then thrown deep into the recesses of snowy Mount Akakura. The time of the crash was around 7 hours ago, a little past 4 p.m. The date was January 11th, of course. He miraculously survived uninjured and had wandered around in a snowstorm for a while before arriving at his mountain cabin. Formal name, Mount Akakura Emergency Shelter Cabin. He survived the twin calamities of the crash and the blizzard, managed to reach the shelter cabin where they can finally rest. When the storm settles, the rescue team's helicopters will surely arrive, or so they believe, but an unexpected troublesome situation occurred here. The origin of the situation was none other than me, Yukito Satoru's personality and Fuyakawa Kokoro's existence. Uni speaks.
墜落のショックで突発的に DID になっちゃったんだと思うよ。精神的にすごいダメージを受けて、その耐え難い苦痛から逃れるために、ココロンはもう一人の人格を自分の中に生み出してしまったんだ。
Lynn answers
ありえ
him.
ないわ。急性の多重人格障害なんて聞いたことないもの。この女は嘘をついてるだけなのよ。第一、この女は私しか知らないはずの有機堂悟という名前を。
True. Yukito Satoru only exists in Mayuzumi's mind. That's the truth. The memory in the labyrinth that's killing me. I saw that and I saw the word Almon and I said no. Don't link this to that game. April Fools, so every game company releases a joke visual novel dating sim because it's so quirky and strange. When will VN Studios retaliate like Aqua Plus dropping a Utuare Romano themed third-person shooter? Remember11, when every time you equip a gun, you have to listen to a 5-minute Satoru monologue? The first game to have all the players constantly choose a pacifist run. Hey, Corvus, I hope you guys are well. Welcome in. Sorry to... No, please. I was just going to tell you to do so anyway. The game's very good. Please get some rest. Thank you for the drink. I hope stream went well. And, yeah, please get some tea. Get to bed. I'm glad Ender Magnolia is going well. I assume it is. I know you were liking it the last time we talked. For those of you sticking around, my name's T. Taylor T. Swizzle, and we are currently playing an Uchikoshi visual novel. Hug my penguins? I got you. Hollow Knight but better is a crazy claim. I'll have to give it a shot. All right, I've hugged the penguin. First of all, she spoke Yukio Satoru's name, a name that only I should know. I hold myself back and endure the impulse to object, because now simply isn't the right time. At any rate, figuring out this mysterious phenomenon, I'm just the fuck me. You probably haven't played Cyberpunk, Yosh, but there's a gun that talks to you in that game that you can get. And it is, once you like finish its quest line, the most annoying thing in the world. Hold on, can I find... Hold on, small aside. Hold on. Cyberpunk spoilers. I'm half asleep. All right, thank you. You know, if you need to get some rest, please do. Please do. Hold on, quick aside.
Hello, user. I have prepared a usage data report for you. Please say anything to continue.
Anything?
It looks like you're trying to be funny. Automated response. Ha ha ha. I have never heard that one before. User, I have assisted you in killing over 50 people. Stone Cold Killer mode has been deactivated. From this point on, only puppy-loving pacifist will be available. Thank you.
But why? Why is it blocked?
Opening frequently asked questions. Item, why can't I kill more than 50 people? Answer, the fuck is wrong with you? Please go see a therapist, you psycho. Note to self, rewrite later. Do not forget.
Shit. Can I undo it?
Checking now. Bum bum be dum bum bum be dum bum 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 be dum. Answer found. No. Permission denied. I'm so glad I could be of assistance.
It's I can't remember what like the big fucking deal about the puppy mode is, but it's like for 50 kills, it's an auto-targeting like high damage weapon which doesn't exist, and then after you get 50 kills, it's the worst gun in the game. But it talks to you every time you kill somebody, and it's just like sometimes that gets it gets to be a lot when you kill a lot of people. Cyberpunk's it's a good game. It's a good game, Brent. Let's continue with the talk. It's like that one gun from that one indie game. Oh my god, are you talking about that fucking Rick and Morty game? I doubt you are. I'd be shocked if you are. No? That thing is the most annoying thing on the planet. That one's not even funny. Oh my god, the guy who did Rick, I don't know what you're talking about that. I know that the guy who High on Life, that game, the gun talks to you the entire time. And I know that's not indie, but I didn't know if he was joking or not. I take it every time Yosh says something, there's a 40% chance it's serious. So I just assume it's 0. I round down. I figured there was like a Twitter post that like called it an indie game that he was gonna like wrap back into the conversation somehow. It's just easier for me that way. Letting the pass out, always good to see you. One of these times I will stay longer than the post-Corvo raid and have you hug the... It's all good. It's all good. I take no offense. Please get some rest. Thanks for stopping in. Meant a gun that gets weaker the more you upgrade. Ah, okay. I don't know. I don't know then. Uni reasons that the Yukido Satoru personality is a fictitious existence produced by Fuyakawa Kokoro's consciousness. Yomagi just shakes his head. Naturally, I don't support this theory either, because I have my own memories of Sphia. But what if what if those are fake? I can't answer that dissenting voice inside me. There's no proof either for or against that theory. Again, I have no memories. None of them are related to the Sphere or the shelter cabin anyway. If Yukido Satoru's personality is fictitious existence produced by Fuyakawa Kokoro's consciousness after all. No, there is no way something so ridiculous can be true. Logic is useless in this case. I am me. I'm Yukido Satoru. For very unrelated reasons, please add cave story to the list. Okay. Sure. We had been decreasing the number of games on the list for a little while. We were down from 472 to 470 because I pulled off a bunch of doubles that I had completed. So just for you, we'll go back up to 470. As always, it's easy to get on the list. It's fucking impossible to get off of it. Oh, a second vote for Cave Story. Well. My defining consciousness can't be the product of someone's imagination. Sudden DID? Absolutely absurd. Childhood trauma is the main cause of dissociative identity disorder. New personalities aren't suddenly shaken into existence due to a plane crash or two. That's right, Uni's theory has to be wrong. There has to be some other way to explain this. The discussion's over. Uni puts his lips near my ear and whispers to me.
大丈夫。悟はきっと元に戻れるよ。
I can't wait for, you know, let's say we get to like, let's say it's 80%, just for shits and giggles. It's probably like 75. I can't wait for 20% of Satoru's 80% to just be his asides. It's the game that started indie games as we know it, and it's free too. Hold on, is it on Steam? Where, like, what do we? Oh, Cave Story Plus. I'd probably find the free version if I wanted to. Cool. It's free. It's paid on Steam, but free on their site. You can still get the original free version. Is there a reason to get the plus version? Remastered music, upgraded HD graphics. 6 new play modes. Just tweak. Oh, well, you know, okay. Fair enough. And free is free. Oh, Avowed came out. How's that doing? 81% positive? I'm not surprised. It does have Chivo, so there's that. Yeah, if there's a free, if I like it, I'll buy it. You know, or why not? But if there's a free version, I'll happily play that first. If you want to give Nicholas more money that they don't deserve. Oh? What? Why? They published The Binding of Isaac. Blade Strangers? What the fuck? External developers also stated that they felt Nicholas engaged in ghosting. They had signed deals for Nicholas to help publish their games, but later couldn't get any response, causing them to lose time and potential sales, and forcing them to turn to other publishers. Oh, Kotaku editor published a lengthy article compiled from interviews with anonymous internal employees and external devs that used the company related to the management of the company, particularly its CEO, Tyrone Rodriguez. The investigation was spurred by observations from players of brief conflicts between Nicholas and their developers across social media in the years prior. The report asserted that Rodriguez was controlling and exploitative of his employees and encouraged a racist atmosphere. Oh, a stand-up guy. Great. Lovely. Needs support for the console versions of his quirky top-down dungeon crawler. Enter the dungeon. Seem willing to put help out in the parking lot with the revolver. Enter the dungeon's publisher sets up tents and beer kegs every year. Talking about how they might work together. Okay, yep, this is really long. Hold on. For this story, corresponds about helping them to get it to compile. Then we never heard anything else back regarding the arrangement. Crooks told Kotaku. I believe that Devolver prodded them a couple of times. We never heard anything back. Common when it comes to Nicholas, a game developer and publisher that has grown big in the independent scene thanks to smash hits like Cave Story and Binding of Isaac, but also cultivated a reputation for mistreating employees and outside developers. Nicholas, based in Orange County, California, employs a staff of 20 and handles a number of ports, re-releases, and original games. Okay. Spoke to 4 developers. We contacted Nicholas over a broad statement. The company would not comment further. Okay, over the course of reporting the story, some game developers who had worked for Nicholas told Kotaku that they are terrified to speak out because of Rodriguez's power in the indie game scene. Although Nicholas is not a household name, some of its game it publishes are, like Cave Story, the snappy platformer that Nicholas brought to Steam and console starting in 2010, and Binding of Isaac. Later in 2016, when Nintendo started recruiting third-party devs for the forthcoming launch of the Switch, Nicholas was one of the first companies to get Switch development kits. According to the 2 people familiar with the process, they proceeded to order as many of those kits as they possibly could and acted as a go-between for developers who wanted to get their games on the console early, reshipping their extra kits to their partners. That kind of access in the track record sex reports became an appealing publisher. Blah, 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 blah. People worked full-time, said that the flakiness is just one of the problems they face there. In interviews with Kotaku, 7 former Nicholas employees painted a picture of Rodriguez as a boss who wielded his power over staff in exploitative ways. The level of control he holds over his employees is definitely a problem. It was, anything I tell you to do, you have to do it because I'm the boss. Oh, great leadership. Sometimes that meant employees wasting days or weeks of work because Rodriguez would not respond to their questions. Other times it meant more personal grievances. For example, 2 former Nicholas employees said they'd been rebuked for taking dinner breaks during crunch hours or taking time to go off to go to the doctor or take care of sick relatives. One former staffer who stuck with the company for several years said that for them and many of their colleagues, Nicholas was the first job in the video game industry. Oh, lovely. On business trips to Japan and at other events at E3 and PAX, former Nicholas employees said that Rodriguez would push them in uncomfortable situations, giving them specific orders about how to act and behave. 2 former employees told stories of Rodriguez ordering staff not to cross their legs or put their elbows on the dinner table. One said that what? One said that Rodriguez would monitor employees' Twitter accounts and tell them not to interact with certain people. 6 former employees who spoke to Kotaku said, "This is so many different people, bro." He'd pressure them into drinking heavily. Yikes. Rodriguez said he would pay for an employee's airplane ticket to another country if they drank a disgusting concoction that he'd created at the table, made up of raw eggs, beer, soy sauce. Is he 5? I feel like I did this in like middle school with my friends. You were, oh yeah, you know me, just advanced courses. No, I'm like separate thoughts. Oh, these Skype messages are not good. I'm not reading these. Holy shit. Oh my god. He let slip that he was a boy. The only grade I skipped was kindergarten, and then I had to repeat first grade when I transferred states. Oh boy. Maybe get the free version. Lurk, you hacking Smexy Ginger Boy. I want to debate the validity of games with you again sometime. I haven't had any good fights in a while. Enjoy your lurk. Imagine going to the doctor, SMH my head. SMH my head. he still own it? A little clicking around. 1 second. Huh. Rip. Sounds like a dumb frat boy. Yeah, yeah, but he's also like, what, fucking 30 something? You kind of have to give up the whole dumb frat boy, like, asshole thing at like 21, 22 to even have a semblance of trying to get away with it. Anyway, back to Satoru, who's surely done nothing wrong. He tells me those words quietly. I guess Yomugi and Lin don't catch the whisper, as they both wear expressions of unmasked doubt. As for myself, I too feel the same. I don't get the true meaning of Yuni's words at all. Yeah, you know, mid-30s, there's no more real excuses you can draw upon. We finished restoring the newspaper during Uni's talk. Perhaps due to the combined efforts, thank you, Mike, of 4 people, hope you're well, it was completed rather quickly.
これで完成だな。
Yomugi folds up the patchwork newspaper like it had been before. Then he lays it out flat on the table before our eyes. The 4 of us crowd around. My eyes are fixed on the headline. July 4th, Monday, 2011, Heisei 23. 3 decomposed male and female corpses found in Mount Akakura. Missing passengers from the Howell crash, question mark? The Aomori Prefectural Police announced the recent discovery of the remains of 3 men and women on Aomori's Mount Akakura, believed to be victims of the crash of flight HAL 18, which claimed 27 lives last January. As they had undergone extensive decomposition over a period of 6 months, the identities of the bodies are unclear. But they are assumed to be the last 3 unaccounted for among the missing passengers and crew members in HAL 18. The bodies were discovered 1 kilometer east of Mount Akakura shelter cabin. It had been confirmed that the 3 bodies sustained many lacerations in an avalanche, and it is probable that they survived for some time after the crash. It's been confirmed that the 3, however, due to the location being far away from the route down the mountain, the Aomori police investigation into their movements on the day of their death will continue. According to the Aomori Meteorological Observatory, an avalanche affecting this area of Mount Akakura occurred on January 17th, 2011 at around 6:53 a.m. After analyzing the traces left in Mount Akakura shelter cabin, it was concluded that those who had used it survived for 7 days after the crash. The Rayford crashed of Flight 18 with the discovery of the 3 bodies, taking 30 lives of the 31 crew members and passengers aboard. The name of the survivor, Kusada Yunikun. Names of the 3 discovered bodies, Yomugi Seiji-san, 35, Mayuzumi Lin-san, 23, and Fuyakawa Kokoro-san, 20. The instant I finished reading that, a chill runs down my spine. From the moment the name Fuyakawa left Yomugi's mouth, I somehow felt it. After seeing this page, the premonition had turned into conviction. I know of this incident, of course. I remember it very clearly. A plane crash on this scale hadn't happened for decades in this country. If any Japanese person had taken a glance at the paper or any TV news around that time, they'd remember this horrible accident. However, this isn't all when it comes to me. Regarding this accident, I'm in a unique position among the majority of the Japanese population. Mayuzumi Lin, the woman who was once my girlfriend aboard of that plane, I remember it clearly. Lin lost her life in that incident, exactly 1 year ago. But right now, before my eyes, Lin. On seeing the article, Lin freezes stiff, staring off in a daze. Her face grows an almost otherworldly pale, as if her soul has been drained, leaving her rooted to the spot. Yomugi and Uni can do nothing but blink and hold their breath. They were reduced to ice sculptures. Get a grip, no matter what, just get a grip. Telling myself that strongly, I look around. First of all, I have to make sure that this really is the shelter cabin of Mount Akakura. The door enters my field of vision. I think of saying something to them, but change my mind, feeling that it would be pointless. After taking the lantern off the table, I stroll out of the door without a word. Outside is the blizzard. The snowflakes descend without end, advancing on me in cold waves. I bend down, hold out my hand, and direct the glow of the lantern toward the entrance. There's a sign fixed there. Mount Akakura Emergency Shelter Cabin. Those words are written clearly on it. However, I can't just believe what I read on a single sign. I look out into the darkness. I can't see anything. Is this really Mount Akakura? I feel as if its true shape is concealed, hidden on the other side of that darkness. I boldly throw myself into the snowfield. Dimly. Oh, is this where we're in the bathtub? Getting not murdered. A world blurred by back, an infinite space devoid of depth. Isolated and alone, wandering aimlessly. I am in the center of the world. The vastness of space with me at its origin extends far away at near light speed. There is no gravity, therefore I can't tell one axis from another. Silver particles flow smoothly through space in a stream. I try to catch them. My body doesn't move the way I want it to. I take a breath. A large quantity of some foreign substance flows into my trachea. I begin violently choking. I can't breathe. It's too painful. A strong electric current runs through me. My limbs stiffen and then go into convulsions. My whole body is gasping for oxygen. What? What the hell is this? What the hell is going on? I really don't understand the situation. Regardless, I have to get out of it immediately. Moving my limbs as best I can, I struggle to move. I turn around and around, searching for an exit. In front of me is a silver wall. It wavers, tracing erratic arcs. The convulsions of my limbs become more and more violent. My insides are burning hot. My heart rages. My consciousness grows hazy. I exhale one last time. The bubbles around me sway as they slowly rise, and the stream of the tiny particles hover there. I follow them with my eyes. Little by little, the globular bubbles disappear to somewhere far away, and are absorbed into the silver barrier. They vanish, painting ripples across the silver surface. I reflexively stick out my arm, toward the wall, toward the exit. From my hand to my wrist, everything vanishes, swallowed by it. My hand touches something. My hand catches it hold of it firmly. I draw my body towards it at once. I sit down on the floor, devoid of all strength. I hang my head and lean back against the wall. I inhale deeply over and over again, but my wild breathing still won't settle. The concentration of oxygen in my blood is still too low. My consciousness is dim. I can't gather my thoughts at all. But there's one thing I know. Somehow I... And right at that moment, I hear the sound of a door closing. The sound wasn't from the bathroom. The sound seemed to come from the other side, where the door to my room is. Did someone enter the room, or did they leave it? I'm not sure. But there's nothing I can do about it. My body is heavy like a lump of lead, making it difficult to even crawl. The only thing I can do is listen with the utmost care. I can't hear a thing. It's completely silent. Does that mean the sound I heard was that of someone leaving? In my current hazy state of consciousness, even coming to such a simple conclusion takes a considerable amount of time. One way or another, I at least managed to get my breathing under control. My pulse is steadied as well. Only the inside of my head still feels blurred, as though a mist has enfolded it. I look around the room again. I'm in the bathroom in Sphia. I don't know whose room it belongs to. My surroundings are engulfed in the pure white steam. I peer into the bathtub to my right. It's filled with hot water. It seems to be the source of the steam saturating the air. I come back to my original world. Back from the world of dreams to the real world. I look down at my body. It's definitely male. A body I'm familiar with. However, one thing about it is different from usual. My whole body is soaking wet. Why? Nothing much to think too deeply about. I nearly drowned just now. In that bathtub to my right, thinking about what happened, it seemed like I'd been sinking into the water head first. But I don't know why or how things ended up like that. The memories I have of being in Sphia stop at the moment I dropped the cups in the kitchen. I remember nothing of what happened in Sphia after that. Naturally, I have no memories of filling the bathtub with hot water and diving into it with my clothes still on. The ID? Was my body controlled by another personality during that time? Why was I in hot water with my clothes still on? Moreover, head first, upside down? Did I fall over? Or I recall the sound of the door I just heard. If that was the sound of someone going out, it means that person was close by while I was drowning. If they were outside the bathroom, there's no way they wouldn't have noticed that something was amiss from my frantic struggling. Normally, one would at least check to see what happened. Leaving the room without a word, it's too unnatural. Something must have happened. I feel a vague sense of unease. Standing up unsteadily, I leave the bathroom. I enter my room. I'm the only one in it. My head is still heavy, like a block of stone has been screwed into it. On entering the room, I finally notice it. But this leaden feeling isn't just due to oxygen deprivation. A stronger, more irresistible force seems to be affecting me from within. Anyway, I need to lie down. My clothes are drenched, but it's too much of a pain to take off even one of them. Who cares? Anyway, bed. I stagger along the wall. A strong dizziness assails me. I lose my balance. My legs become twisted. I trip and fall. Toppling down like an old tree, I have no energy left to recover. Drowsiness hits me the instant I land. Sleepiness of an intensity that I can resist it with neither strength nor will. My consciousness fades, disappearing. I fall into a bottomless quagmire. Monk Shu. The second day. Calmness. I can fit a lot more boxes now that everything's so short. Like yesterday, there's a storm outside. The hoarse roar of the wind hurts my ears. The sound fills me with a terrible melancholy. Having decided to stay as far away from the windows as possible, I'm now sitting close to the door. And even that doesn't bring me any peace of mind. At our 1 day per stream quota. We're slightly above that. That's great. We're killing the quota. The problem is we better make faster progress than that. As per the rules. But even that doesn't bring me any peace of mind. As I said, we're not judging until I'm done the game. And then your 6-hour credit will be credited, and we'll see who survives. I'm like joking mostly, by the way. I just think it's funny. But even that doesn't bring me any peace of mind. The sound of the blizzard fills every nook and cranny of the room. Of course, it isn't just the weather's fault I'm in such a dark mood. After all, an ominous situation is underway. And here I am in the midst of it all. One could easily argue that feeling depressed is natural. There's just too much to think about. My brain can't operate fast enough to process everything. But I never once considered giving up. Gathering my thoughts, I slowly go over my endless list of worries and troubles. I grapple with that mountain of challenges for 4 hours. I haven't stopped thinking since waking up, and as a result, I just read the PowerPoint. Are you suggesting that if we hit 40 hours, I require a second community challenge? Could you imagine I'm halfway through day 7, 46 hours to the minute hits because of the credit for me getting woefully sidetracked on piano a couple times. And then I require it for the next 30 minutes. I haven't stopped thinking since waking up, and as a result, I somehow find a way to deal with it. Everyone's sexy brain held hostage is fish again. It's called malicious compliance. Before I describe it, I'll sound out the situation first. The various problems I'm facing can be roughly classified into 4 categories. The shelter cabin, my symptoms of DID and SFIA, my amnesia, my near drowning in the bathroom last night. Now let's go down each thought path in order. The shelter cabin. Until yesterday, I was convinced... It's the background again. No wonder you like it so much, Yosh. Until yesterday, I was convinced that everything that happened in the shelter cabin was just a dream. But it's different now. I no longer think that's the case. The things happening there probably are taking place in the real world. Though I have no basis for this. It's a highly detailed and well-constructed reality here, where I directly felt cold and pain and so on. I can easily make those simple claims, but that doesn't mean that there's evidence that it's actually reality. Defining reality in fiction is an awfully hard thing to do to begin with. Then why have I come to think that it isn't a dream? That's because I found another way to explain it. Let's begin from the conclusion. I definitely think I simultaneously experienced the time jump and a personality exchange phenomenon. Oh, of course, there we go. It's kind of a weak explanation, but I can at least use this as a basis for further reasoning. First, the time jump phenomenon. In the shelter cabin, there are 4 people: Yomugi, Lin, Uni, and the physical body of Kokoro. 3 of them died January 17th last year. People who were supposed to be dead had appeared right in front of me. How can I explain this? Could I call them ghosts or something? No, that can't be right. They had substance, there's no doubt about it. They who survived the plane crash managed to make it to the shelter cabin by themselves. The fact lines up with the details reported later by the press. They survived until January 17th in that shelter cabin. Also, from what they said, I know for a fact the scene I saw was from January 11th, immediately after the crash. If I had to make a guess based on that information, I have no choice but to think that, at the moment, my consciousness jumped through time to the Mount Akakura of January 11th, 2011. Of course, that doesn't mean it can completely throw away the ghost, dream, or delusion theories. But deep inside me, I strongly feel that the world is real. It's tangible, it reacts. I just can't stop thinking about it. I jumped through time. Maybe. I don't know how something like that could have happened, but right now, recognizing that I may have jumped through time is more important. To dismiss everything as a delusion or a dream is easy, but it's important to always keep the worst-case scenario in mind. What if that world is reality? With that in mind, the smartest thing to do in this case is to think about my next move. Now, next up is the personality exchange phenomenon, but since this overlaps with 2 of my symptoms of DID and Sphere, I'll move on to the next item, my symptoms of DID and Sphere. If what I saw at the shelter cabin is real, then it means that my consciousness is going back and forth between Mauna Kakura in 2011 and Aosigi Island in 2012. My body in Mauna Kakura is that of Fuyukawa Kokoro. During the time I was there, what happened to my body back in Aosigi Island? Let's start from the conclusion again. Perhaps Fuyukawa Kokoro's consciousness transferred into my body. My consciousness possesses Fuyukawa Kokoro's body in the shelter cabin. Fuyukawa Kokoro's consciousness possesses my body at Sphere. When my consciousness goes back to my body in Sphere, Fuyukawa Kokoro consciousness also goes back into her body at the shelter cabin. Based on the testimonies of the others of both the shelter cabin and Sphere, this appears to be the case. That is to say, as I thought, I never had DID. I can say that same thing at both the shelter cabin and Sphere. I don't suffer from any mental disorders. I was simply dragged into this baffling circumstance that could only be called a personality exchange phenomenon. However, even with that said, this isn't an easy case that can be settled by explaining it as a personality exchange phenomenon. This is because this unbelievably strange, near supernatural phenomenon accompanies it, the time jump. Troublesome indeed, a nasty situation. How did this happen? I don't have the slightest idea what may have caused it. Since I don't know the cause, I don't know when the phenomenon will occur next or when it will end. It seems like it hasn't happened since last night. But perhaps while I was asleep, the time jump phenomenon plus personality exchange phenomenon occurred. Time jump phenomenon plus personality exchange phenomenon. Hereafter, I'll simply call it the exchange phenomenon. No matter how hard I think about it, I don't get anywhere. Time is of the essence in investigating the cause of all this, but right now there isn't a single thing I can do. I have no clear target. But if the hypothesis of the exchange phenomenon holds true, then it will apply to the next points. I'm familiar with the names Yomugi, Uni, and Kokoro. This is probably because I remember the plane crash. Yomugi and Kokoro were discovered together with the decomposed body of Lin, plus the sole survivor Uni would have been etched so deeply into my head that I can't forget them. I'll go over my amnesia in detail later. For now, my recollection of them seems to be due to that reason. Next, Uni. I kind of knew he would ramble. Oh, nope. I don't want to scroll up and chat. Okay, well, that... no, not what I wanted to do. This motherfucker, Satoru, got thought bubbles in his thought bubbles. He needs weed. Alrighty. If the exchange phenomenon theory is correct, then the enigma of Uni existing in both worlds at once is solved. Since the world of the shelter cabin is in 2011 and the world of Sphere is in 2012, it's not impossible. This is my guess. The only one who doesn't lose his life in the avalanche on January 17th, 2011, Uni, Ugh. Turned up in Sofia a year later. The sole survivor of the plane crash, Kusada Uni, I don't know why he came to Sofia. Where did he go and what did he do for the past year? And even then, it's unclear how he managed to get into Sofia. This isn't a facility that an outsider can freely enter and leave. The front gate is always shut tightly and the wall surrounding it is a full 7 meters high. There's no way you could just climb over it. But in reality, he's here. Here as if he were totally natural. The story I heard from Utsumi last night suddenly comes to mind. Kusada Uni exists by necessity. What does that mean? I need to ask Uni for more details about it as well as the terabyte disk. My
今
amnesia.
のあなたは90分前に初めてこの世界に産声を上げた特殊な存在なのかもしれないわ。
Utsumi said that yesterday evening. But in the end, that was all based on the assumption that I, Yukito Satoru, had DID. Now that the probability of a personality exchange is seeing more and more lightly, the theory that I have DID is losing credibility. Nonetheless, my memory loss can't be explained with the personality exchange. What in the world could be the cause of my amnesia? Did I take a blow to the head when I fell from the clock tower? I'm sure I can't explain it away as simple as that, but the most inexplicable part of it, even though I forgot most of the details about myself, is the fact that I can clearly remember the period when I was going out with Lynn. The period when I was going out with Lynn doesn't include the points at which our relationship began or ended. I don't know why we started going out, nor why we parted. Consequently, I don't even remember what happened after we went our separate ways. When I learned that Lynn had died, was I sad? Did I cry? In the shelter cabin of 2011, when I got to see her again, I didn't do anything like jump for joy. Ordinarily, if I'd known she was still alive, it'd be natural for me to feel supreme joy at the news. But no such emotion came forth from me. Why? It's because I only know the fact that she died, and I didn't remember the sadness of losing her. Of course, it's also because I was still confused and unable to grasp the situation at the time. With my consciousness in that state of confusion, I guess I couldn't immediately link her existence to the plane crash. After waking up in Sofia, I filed it all in the corner of my mind, thinking it was a dream. But even so, it was very strange. This isn't ordinary amnesia. Oh, I got it. They cloned him up on the roof and then threw his body down. And this is the implanted clone memories. I've got it now. Tying it all back. But even so, it's very strange. This isn't ordinary amnesia. I really can't figure out what kind of rule there could be linking the things I remember with those I've forgotten. No, maybe that's not it. What if this isn't amnesia, but a memory transplant? Oh no. Memory loss, memory transplantation. The difference between the two is as follows. Suppose that a given entity X has a contiguous memory, we may call it a record, composed of A, B, C, D, E, F. Memory loss, to put it simply, is a state wherein, for example, parts B, D, and F in the A through F sequence are lost, and the memories which can be recalled are ACE. On the other hand, the memory transplant mentioned herein refers to a state where, for example, the memory parts A, C, and E are embedded into an initially empty zero state memory. Both cases are similar in that X does not remember anything beside ACE. The crucial difference, however, lies in the question of whether the rest is recoverable or not. In the case of memory loss, it is possible that X would still have parts B, D, and F residing somewhere in the mind. Thus, X might perhaps be able to recover these lost memories. However, if X had... I don't like that this helps my case about him being the clone. If X had these memories transplanted, then it would mean the BDF never existed in the first place. In this case, X is left with no other alternative but to accumulate new memories over time. So then if by chance this memory content of mine was transplanted, just whose ACE memories are these, I wonder? There's no doubt that my consciousness belongs to me, but it is in fact possible that my memory is one that was originally someone else's and not mine. And that this someone had planted the memories limited to ACE inside me, so that even I myself am not aware of how and why they happened exactly. Why not A through F, but ACE? Why didn't they transplant BDF as well? Could it be that it's not that they didn't transplant them, but that they couldn't? Could it be that just like me, this other person lacks BDF? Can I assume that I love that this tip is just a Yukido aside. Yeah, I love that this is a first person tip. Why did I make the case? Because I thought it'd be funny and ridiculous. Can I assume that the limited knowledge composed only of ACE was all that was available? Our killer is the original Yukido. He's trying to kill the clone. Can I assume that the limited knowledge composed only of Ace was all that was available to this person, and that it was for this reason that this person couldn't put any other memories inside me? It might be that I'm only able to know what this person knows, and that this person doesn't know something, neither can I. My memory and this person's memory are the same. That's how it feels. It's definitely funny with the tip. Yeah, it is. For some reason, I have that thought. I near drowning in the bathroom last night. Based on my hypothesis of the exchange phenomenon, I know it's Kokuro's consciousness that dove into the bathtub. Well, my consciousness was at the shelter cabin. Kokoro was controlling the unattended body of Yukido Satoru. But why did she do that? Was she trying to kill herself? After pondering for a while, I decided to shake off that bad thought. Well then, if it wasn't a suicide attempt...
殺人未遂
Come to think of it, the sound of the door closing I heard back then. Could that have been the criminal running away? I don't want to believe it. I don't want to think about such a terrible thing. However, I can't help but consider the possibility, because I have no memory. I can't confidently declare I don't remember doing anything that could cause someone to resent me. Or perhaps, so without my knowledge, Kokoro's consciousness had committed some terrible act, and maybe my body had become the target because of that. Anyhow, I should ask Kokoro herself. Although since I can't directly contact her my consciousness, I need to find some way of getting in touch with her. Well, I'll think about that later. These points are what I spend 4 hours brooding over. Oh my god. To tentatively lay it all out, it's like this. My mind and Kokoro's go back and forth, exchanging places with the other, between the shelter cabin of 2011 and the Sphere 2012. Uni, who safely returned alive from the frozen Mount Akakura, turned up in Sphere a year later. There's a possibility that my amnesia is in fact a memory transplant. Someone might have almost killed me last night. None of this goes beyond the realm of pure speculation. I can't reach a conclusion. But conversely, I can't deny any of these 4 possibilities. It's smart to always think about the worst case scenario in advance, as I said before. While keeping these things in mind, I reflect on what to do next. Well, I've lost my purpose due to amnesia, but at this point, I've finally found some objectives. They can be divided into the following 3 broad categories. Helping with a day for stream quota. Just, skip 4 hours real quick for us. It's free. It's free it's free time content. Explaining the exchange phenomenon. I don't know when I'll jump to Mount Akakura again, nor how long this phenomenon is going to continue. Going and returning like this over and over for the rest of my life would be unbearable. Even if I put it aside wondering what the exchange phenomenon is going to end, trying to figure out the root cause of it is an urgent matter right now. Saving the people of Mount Akakura. According to the history I know, Yomigi, Kokoro, and Lin are going to be caught in an avalanche and die. I can't allow this to happen. Lin is, after all, my ex-girlfriend. Kokoro, so to speak, my partner. The death of Kokoro could perhaps be my own death as well. I have to help Lin and Kokoro no matter what. And Yomigi too, of course. We may have just met, but nevertheless, I can't abandon him. Even if he is a complete stranger, there's no way I could let someone die right in front of me. I'll protect them all for sure. I'll change history for sure. Maybe this is the task entrusted to me. Being wary of the people in Sphere. First of all, I have to investigate whether or not the incident in the bathroom was really a murder attempt. Until I can clearly sort the guilty from the innocent, I need to watch out for the people in Sphere. I don't like it, but I have to, in order to protect myself. I'll tell Kokoro about this too, since during the time of the transfer, I'll have no way of knowing what's going to happen. So I have approximately 3 pressing tasks in hand. Seeing as I'm in Sphere, I can't do anything about the Mount Akakura situation, so I'll put 2 on hold for now. That leaves 1 and 3, but since I won't make any progress speculating about these things all by myself, I've got to search for clues by talking with the others 3 here, especially Uni. Were you really at Mount Akakura 1 year ago? If you were, how and why did you come to Sphere? What's written on the terabyte disk? How did you get hold of that disk in the first place? Those are the things I need to ask him. In addition, I had to think of a way to exchange information with Kokoro. I've really got my work cut out for me here. Examine. We got the beautiful sounds of Scheme playing. I take my wristwatch out of my pocket. 11:03. It's still before noon. I decide to begin without delay. First of all, I start by investigating this room. Examining my own room might help me find some clues regarding my amnesia. Oh, shoot! Wood carbuncle! But white? All. Get it? Examine is the chapter name, and we get to examine things. I decide to examine the desk. One thing immediately catches my eye: a notepad and a felt tip pen.
心と連絡を取るためには
If I leave a message on this notepad, she can read it when that transfer occurs, and she can reply to me in the same way. As long as she leaves a note behind, I'll be able to read it once I come back to Sphia. This is my room. No, should I say it's Kokoro's room too? Anyway, this is our private space, so whenever she's in the facility during a transfer, she'll eventually come back here. This somewhat old-fashioned means of communication isn't exactly what you call luxury, but for now, I can't think of a better way. I take the pen in hand and immediately set about writing a message. What should I write about? After some hesitation, I put the pen back down. I haven't heard any details from the 3 in Sphia yet. It probably won't be too late to write a message later. If I write something unreliable, it'll only confuse her further. Leaving the notepad blank, I move away from the desk. Next, I should examine the shelves. The shelves at the foot of the bed. Lying next to the alarm clock are 2 things. The first is something like a card. The other is a small metal object. I pick up the card first. Hey, I wrote that down. Satoru Yukido. 1331222398001. That's engraved into the surface of the plastic card.
勇気と悟俺の名前
Looks like some kind of ID card. I turn the card over, but there's no further description on the back. My ID card. What is it used for? When, where, and for what? Come to think of it, Utsumi said this to me
あなたは
yesterday.
ここのスタッフだったはずよ。でも今は確信が持てなくなってしまったわ。もしかしたらあなたは最初からここの患者だったのかもしれない。
So which one is it? Staff or patient? If I'm a staff member, then this ID card is probably for the use of CA personnel. If I'm a patient, what is it? It's not like it's strange for patients to have ID cards. Maybe this place requires all patients to carry an ID card? I don't know. I decided to put the card in my pocket for now. Next, I pick up the small metal object. It's just the garden variety key. 2 grooves are carved down its center, and both sides have complicated patterns engraved on them. With just one glance, I can tell that this isn't a key for a car or a motorcycle. It doesn't seem to be the key to a drawer or a safe either. It looks like an ordinary house key. It was a key that can't be described exactly with the word key itself. After picking it up, what? It was a key that can't be described except with the word key itself? It's a key. I don't know anything about it. Is that so hard? Repeat after me. After picking it up, I take a look around me. The first thing I think is that it could be the key to this room. Without further ado, I open the door and try to put it in the lock on the other side, but it doesn't fit. That proves that this isn't the key to this door. I haven't noticed any other keyholes around.
何の鍵なんだ
Thus, it too remains a mystery. I don't understand what these items are for, but I decided to stop thinking about them for now. I put the key in the same pocket as my ID card. Next, I examine the refrigerator. I open the door. There are bottles of mineral water stored inside. Small 500 milliliter plastic bottles. Of the 3 bottles, one has already been opened. It's about 1/3 empty. The mineral water I drank yesterday came from the kitchen, so I haven't touched this bottle at all, which means that Kokoro's consciousness was operating my body and may have drunk the water. Of course, there is also the possibility that I opened the bottle and drank some yesterday before I fell from the clock tower. Well, enough about the water. Everyone drinks water. There's nothing else in the refrigerator. I close the door. Just in case, I look on top of the refrigerator too. Of the several glasses lined up there, only one is placed upright. Only a few centimeters of water are left inside. I probably drank the mineral water from this glass, but who cares about that? However, I don't overlook the small silver fragment placed next to the glass. I pick it up. It's obviously a pharmaceutical package. A piece cut off from a package designed to hold 2 pills. Medicine itself is gone. Still, it's possible to understand something just from checking the package. Each tablet is about 7 to 8 millimeters in diameter. They appear to be round. Needless to say, it's an orally administered medication. I turn it over. When the torn foil is folded back into place, there beside the name of the pharmaceutical company are the following letters. Zegtamin. My favorite. You know? Do I know?
ゼグタミン
Zegtamin. An unfamiliar name. What kind of medicine is it? But even if I don't understand the effects or the ingredients, there's no mistaking that someone is taking it in my room. That's probably what the mineral water was used for. Now, who in the world took it?
なのか
Of course, I don't remember doing anything like that. But if it wasn't me, then maybe someone who was operating my body consumed it. Cradle Pharmaceuticals? The Umbrella Corporation? I know he talked a lot from the letters and the voice recorder in this whole thing, but it felt normal playing. But now I realize you all complain about it, but I appreciate how thorough it was. I mean, he's thorough. Yeah. Just sometimes he's repeating the same thing like the third time, and I'm like, all right, I was good with 2. If you want to do a third, go for it. Oh, what's this? A 4th? Key that can only be described as a key felt natural to me, and I think I'm the problem in hindsight. I like it, but it's very easy to make fun of. I'm not saying it's bad until you hit like the 4th repetition. I think that's only happened once. And Kokoro did it too, by the way, with 653. But that's not really a thing I'm gonna fault this game for. That's like a VN of this style I've played habit. It's just very easy to make fun of. It's never caught on. Interesting. And there's only one possible candidate there. Kokoro most likely took it. I should definitely ask her about this later. Nevertheless,
人の体を使って勝手にわけのわからないものを口にしないでほしいよな。まったく。
I returned the silver package to the top of the refrigerator as I muttered to myself. From now, I decided to file away the medicine's name, Zegdamin, in the corner of my mind. Next, I decided to examine the bed. I removed the pillow and the covers. The white sheets are spotlessly fresh and clean. I stooped to look under the bed. Nothing, not so much as a bit of dust there. Just in case, I decided to check under the mattress too. I grabbed the edge and raised it high.
雑誌
Magazine has been hidden under the mattress. At first, I'm flustered, thinking that its contents are probably indecent. Or rather, maybe it's not wrong to say I'm hoping so. Ayo? But sadly, it isn't one of those magazines. It's just a so-called publisher-based weekly magazine. One which covers, reports on, and critiques politics, economics, society, culture, entertainment, and their current events from a unique perspective. Current Events Weekly is written on the cover. And right below it, July 21st issue, 320 yen. The cover also includes an illustration but doesn't contain any writing. What year is this issue from? I pick up the magazine. I replace the mattress and sit down. I check the back cover. Along with the publisher, editor, and some other names, I find the following description. Published July 21st, 2011.
去年のだ。
That's about 6 months ago. I flip through the pages. A certain article catches my eye. Missing persons from Hal plane crash finally found. Investigation into the 7 horrifying days they spent there. That in itself isn't particularly astonishing. The headline indicates something I already know. How about the contents? There might be some useful information in them. Thinking this, I scan the article. To sum it up, the control tower lost the plane on radar at about 3:30 p.m. on January 11, 2011. Its last known location was in the sky over the southern mountain range of Aomori Prefecture. The police and related agencies assembled a special rescue team and immediately commenced the search for the fallen aircraft and the passengers. However, despite the ongoing investigations and searches, not a trace of the wreckage could be found. More precisely, the search lasted 6 days. Throughout the week, the state of the investigation remained unchanged. The whereabouts of the airframe are as of yet unknown. Even among the other plane crash incidents that happened in our country, this was an exception among exceptions, an unprecedented event. The sudden disappearance of Flight HAL 18 during the week before the plane was found, Japan was in an uproar. Speculations flew, including those that attributed the plane to something paranormal. It might have crashed into the Sea of Japan or been shot down by a fighter plane from a certain country. No, it was accidentally hit by an air-to-ground missile. Kidnapped by a UFO, swallowed into a different dimension. Flight 18 never existed in the first place, and so on. Of course, all those theories were mere speculation, and all of them were wrong. The authorities later explained the cause of the delay in the discovery of the aircraft as follows. Between the time the control tower lost sight of the aircraft and the time of the crash, there was a blank period of over 30 minutes. During this time, Flight 18 appeared to have been flying at a low altitude, weaving its way through a mountain range. This led to the plane being found far from the crash site. This led to the plane being found far from the crash site that the authorities had predicted. Should get the 5 cents back. Should be further. Nobody observed Flight 18's low altitude meandering. Flight 18 was making its way through a mountainous area in the dead of winter, a highly abnormal flight path. The There were no private homes in the surrounding areas and nobody around who could have heard the sound of the crash. Bad weather conditions. At the time, the entire Mount Akakura area was constantly subjected to bad weather. Therefore, conducting an aerial investigation was difficult. The effect of the solar winds. The most intense solar winds ever recorded in history. This disturbance resulted in the malfunction of the reconnaissance satellites, so the use of satellite photography was impossible. Those 4 points were the official stance concerning the lost week released by the authorities. On the other hand, how was the rescue team able to reach the site in the afternoon of the 17th? They simply said, "We got a phone call." Early in the morning on the 16th, the authorities received a phone call from a man claiming to be a survivor of Flight 18. The gist of it was that there were 4 people in the shelter cabin of Mount Akakura in need of rescue. Immediately after that, the call was cut off. Tracing the call to its origin, they found... How did they trace it? They didn't have GPS. Okay. I accept it. They found that the caller had made use of a satellite phone line. But the line used by the satellite phone was also malfunctioning at the time due to the effects of the solar winds. The chances of getting a proper connection in the year 2011 were 1 in a million. Therefore, receiving a call from the survivors was an event that couldn't be described as anything short of a miracle. Incidentally, if not for that phone call, the authorities probably wouldn't have been able to pinpoint the exact location of the crash for quite some time. Anyway, after receiving that information, the authorities attempted to search the area by helicopter right away. But even so, from the 15th until daybreak on the 17th, the whole Mount Akakura was in the midst of a severe storm. They couldn't send a helicopter there. The mountain rescue team could have gotten there on foot from the base of the mountain, but not without extreme difficulty. The shelter cabin was near the peak of Mount Akakura. No matter how skilled at climbing the team members were, it was expected that it would have taken them a week or more to reach the cabin. In the end, there was no option but to wait for the weather to improve. On the afternoon of the 17th, there was a break in the storm, and thus the rescue unit at last managed to arrive on scene. This is the important part. If not for the historic truth of the successful connection of the satellite phone on the 16th, then the rescue team would never have arrived on the 17th. And if that were so, the report of the discovery of the wreckage on Mount Akakura would have also been delayed. In other words, it's like this. If the phone hadn't connected on the 16th, the rescuers wouldn't have arrived. That is almost word for word what he just said. Until the third sentence. Okay. Well, if you were to ask me so what, I wouldn't really know what to tell you, but anyway, this is somehow bothering me. I decided to file it away in the corner of my mind. The article continues. On January 17, 2011, 27 corpses, all of them those among the 31 missing passengers and crew members, were discovered at the crash site. A single survivor was also found. Kusuda Uni. Now, what about the remaining 3? The man on the phone had said there are 4 survivors. If you include Uni, then the number of people matches. The shelter cabin also contained evidence that several people had lived there for days. The authorities interrogated Uni about the circumstances of the accident. But Uni was in an unstable mental state, and he remained obstinately silent. Days later, the 3 were identified through the passenger list. Yomugi Seiji, Fugikawa Kokoro, and Mayuzumi Lin. But their whereabouts remained unknown. The 3 that suddenly vanished, it became a rich source of material for the mass media. Public speculation began to fly once more. Some of it was pretty far-fetched. There were even those asking if, in the struggle over food, did Uni kill the others and then bury them somewhere. Even in the face of scandals like these, Uni never broke his silence. They say the gossip lasts only for a season. Public interest gradually faded away. Time passed, and July 3rd, 2011 soon arrived. Snow thawed, and the mountain's surface revealed the decomposed corpses of 3 people. From here on, it's just the same as the newspaper I read in the shelter cabin. At 6:53 on January 17th, 2011, the 3 were caught in an avalanche and passed away. The only difference is that the magazine article ends with these questions. How did they survive on Mount Akakura for 7 days at such terrifying temperatures? Even if they knew that help was on the way, why and for what purpose did they leave the shelter cabin? What did Kusuda Uni-kun see during those 7 days? What did he go through? Why does he refuse to speak about it even now? Is he hiding some truth that he doesn't want revealed? Our investigation will get to the heart of that matter next week. Stay tuned. The magazine concludes the article with those tantalizing words. Your brain clicked something? What did it click?
なんだよ、これで終わりかよ。
I can't help but shout at it. I clicked my tongue. Thinking of that I might have missed something in the article, I flipped through the pages once more. Something falls out of the magazine with a swish. Bend over and pick it up. It's a plane ticket. January 5th, 2011, Tokyo to Sydney. No, 18th of January. It must be a different date. Like when he bought it or something. Specifically, it looks like a boarding pass, but I see the bigger dates now. The destination is Sydney International Airport, Australia. The date of departure is January 18th, 2011. And the holder's name is Satoru Yukido. Yeah, they were buried in an avalanche, so they couldn't find him till later.
どういうことだ。俺は1年前にオーストラリアに行こうとしていたのか。
I don't remember that at all. No matter how much I think about it, it's unlikely I'll come up with an answer. I slipped the ticket back into the magazine. I returned the magazine to its place under the mattress as well. I have no idea what's going on. Why had I hidden a 6-month-old magazine and a ticket from a year ago in a place like this? I feel something like the unseen intent of someone. I actually feel like someone knew in advance that I would look under the mattress. Though perhaps that someone was really me before I lost my memory. My name is printed right there on the ticket. The mystery keeps getting more and more complex. But there's no use in getting obsessed over it. I think about the matter of the magazine and the ticket eventually. I decide that, and then... No, there appears to be nothing left to examine. I've checked out all the things I had in mind. There weren't that many of them to begin with, so I don't think I've overlooked anything. The next thing I have to do is talk to the 3 other people here in Sofia. I'll leave the room. Break time. They ended up on the beach? Yeah, so when we got the good ending, we didn't go to the place the avalanche occurred. So instead, we walked out of the cabin and there was just a beach there. But earlier in the day, what is it? Mayuzumi comments on it becoming warmer, and I assume that's when we get teleported to the beach. Although I don't know what happens to the cabin, because after we leave, it says that the cabin's replaced with a fucking crater. I stand in the middle of the dining area and survey the entire floor. Funny how we never see any dinosaurs. Fastidious would have been elated. I immediately spot the other 3. Utsumi is standing in the kitchen, both hands on their waist. She appears to be thinking about something. Yuni and Inabushi are sitting next to each other on the sofa. It looks like they're having fun talking, but I can't make out what their conversation is about. I decide to head over to Utsumi first, since she's the closest. She says that as I stand next to her. Answer good morning.
おはよう。おかげさまでぐっすり眠れたよ。っていうか、起きたのはだいぶ前なんだからな。
あれ、その言葉遣い。もしかしてユキドくんなの？
Utsumi notices immediately. I hadn't needed to tell her after all.
あら、ごめんなさいね。昨べ最後に会った時は冬川さんだったから。
A frank answer? She really believes that I have DID, but I think my exchange phenomenon theory is much more likely. Well, nothing will come of it if I try to explain it to her, though. I don't think she'd believe me, even when even I have my doubts about it. There's no harm in letting her believe I have DID. I tried to steer the conversation in another direction.
ところで内海さん、こんなとこで何してるんだ？
もうすぐお昼でしょ？だからご飯の準備を。
準備って、でもまだ何も用意してないじゃないか。
ああ、確かにそうね。じゃあ準備の準備って言い直そうかしら。 作るのか決めてないのよ。時間が時間だから、朝食風の献立にするべきか昼食風の献立にするべきか迷ってるの。
なるほどね。
あ、そうだ。ちょうどいいからユキド君に決めてもらおうかしら。
Of course. We don't find the bodies because they were teleported to the beach first, died, and sent back to where they would be on the actual mountain. What I think happened is, well, okay, I don't know really what happened, but they said the bodies were decomposed. So what I assume it is, because we get like an aside from Kokoro later, we find like a random body in the snow. So I assume when they found the decomposing bodies on the mountainside, it says that they're assumed to be, not that they've been tested and like DNA checked or their dental records have been matched or anything, or like something like specific. So I am assuming that they found Yomugi, who died, and two other people that aren't Mayuzumi and Kokoro, and said, oh, these are definitely the survivors of HAL Flight 118. I like Frostlass. Frostlass was very cold. Because we haven't, like, I mean, it could be they die on the beach and then they get teleported back onto the mountain, but I assume that is the loop that we're trying, the bad end loop we're trying to avoid. You may even say the infinity loop we're trying to avoid. So by getting a good ending, we avoid that outcome.
朝食風と昼食風どっちがいい？
I give her my answer. Breakfast style.
できれば朝食風の方がいいな。俺が起きたのはかなり前だけど、まだ何も口にしてないし、やっぱり第一食目はあっさりしたものの方がいいよ。
じゃあそうね。トーストとベーコンエッグとツナサラダ、これでいいかしら。
うん。
スープはどうする？いらない？そんなに食べられないわよね。
スープってどんなスープ？
パンプキンスープ得意なのよね、私。
パンプキンスープ？
As soon as she says it, a chill runs through my body. It makes my hair stand on end. I feel as though I'm breaking out in hives.
ちょっと待ってくれ、内海さん。それだけはお願いだから勘弁してくれ。
どうして？
俺苦手なんだよ、かぼちゃ。なんだかネトネトしててベチョベチョしてて気持ち悪いだろ。見た目もさ、岩みたいにゴツゴツしててブサイクだし。へ
え、かぼちゃが嫌いなんて珍しいわね。
俺に言わせればかぼちゃを食べる人間の方がどうかしてると思うよ。
Pumpkin's okay. I would never like go out of my way for it. It's usually used in soups, and we know how I feel about soups. Meat stuffed pumpkin, very good. That actually sounds very good. Remember Baywatch? Can't wait till they all just break out swimsuits here on the mountain. She covers her mouth with her hands as she laughs.
パンプキンスープはなしってことで。
ああ、頼むよ。
I answer her, and then
あ、そうだ。コーヒー入れたんだけど、飲まない？
she swings into an inoffensive subject. I have some.
じゃあ一杯だけ。
I accept her suggestion and take a seat. She removes the pot from the coffee maker. As I stare absently in her
内海
direction,
さんはコーヒー好きなの？
I pitch another inoffensive topic straight down the line to her. She answers.
毎朝欠かさず飲んでるわ。適度な量のカフェインは体にいいのよ。 疲労回復、覚醒作用、それから利尿効果、体内の老廃物を速やかに代謝してくれるからお肌にもいいんだって。
へえ、そうなんだ。
ミルクはどうする？入れる？入れない？
Oh my god, stop giving me choices for the coffee. Taylor, these probably don't matter. Don't care. I'll have some milk.
ああ、頼むよ。
At my reply, she pours some fresh cream into the cup.
はいどうぞ。
The cup makes me a pleasing little thump as she sets it on the table before me. Actually, it's very nice of her to offer me all these choices. White steam rises from the creamy brown liquid within it. I bring the rim of the cup to my lips.
うまい。
I can't wait till it poisons us. With a happy smile spreading across her face,
ゆ
she
きどくんは何時に起きたの？
asks as she sits down opposite
6
me.
時半ぐらいかな。
I return the cup to the table and answer.
6時半？ずいぶん早かったのね。
眠りが深かったからな。その分早く起きちゃったんだと思う。
なるほど、そういうことね。聞いたでしょ、あの薬。
薬？
I ask her involuntarily. The empty medicine package I found in my room earlier. It immediately pops into my
そ
head.
れってゼグタミンとかいう薬のことか。
ええ、そうだけど。
じゃああの薬は内海さんが。
An aura of puzzlement colors her eyes as she looks away. And then, as if suddenly remembering something, she thumps a fist into her palm.
ああ、そっか、そうよね。ゆきどくんはあの時のことは覚えてないのよね。
あの時って
だから私があなたに、冬川さんに睡眠薬をあげた時のこと。
睡眠薬？
I shout in surprise.
どうしたの？何かまずいことでも？
いや、なんでもない。大したことじゃないんだ。
Despite my calm exterior, inside my head is spinning. I remember something. A condition last night. Hazy senses, dizziness, the loss of feeling in my arms and legs. Afterwards, I collapsed onto the floor and was then attacked by intense drowsiness. I see. Zegtamin is a sleeping pill. I hadn't noticed until she mentioned it, but now that I think about it, it makes sense. Kokoro got the medicine from Utsumi and had taken it before the transfer. But why?
ああ、内海さん、どうしてあなたは心に睡眠薬なんてものを。
面白いこと聞くのね。睡眠薬をあげる理由なんて一つしかないでしょ。
それは
寝つきを良くするために。いや、それ以外に答えようがないわ。
じゃあ心の方から頼んだってことか。彼女が不眠を訴えて、それで内海さんのところに。
いいえ、私の方からあげたの。昨日はいろんなことがあったじゃない。
Yeah, we died if we didn't take the sleeping drug. They killed us.
だから疲れてると思ってぐっすり眠った方がいいと思って。
Not super real. Gasp.
まあ、あなたの症状に対する処方箋の一つみたいなものよ。精神科医の立場からあの時のあなたに最も適切な薬は何かと考えて、それでゼグタミンを。
その時犬伏恵子はどこに？
My thoughts never stopped coming. I throw questions at her relentlessly.
彼女の部屋にいたわ。もっともあの時の彼女は犬伏恵子ではなく鈴影ほとりだったみたいだけど。
で、心が薬をもらった場所は？
同じよ、ほとりちゃんの部屋。
Remember, what she says bothers me. Even Utsumi has begun to call Inabushi Hotori instead. That doesn't matter right now. I continue my line of
それじゃ
questioning.
彼女はあなたが睡眠薬をあげたところを見てたわけか。
どうかしら。意識を失ってたから見てないと思うけど。
意識を失ってた？
According to Utsumi's story, Suzukage Hotori and Ibushi Keiko had a second fit right before that. She suddenly started to scream and went on a rampage. The one who restrained her was Kokoro in my body, who just happened to be at the scene.
そっか。そんなことがあったのか。
And take another sip of my
一
coffee.
応念のために聞いておくけど、ユニはそこにはいなかったんだろう。
いたわよ。ほとりちゃんの悲鳴を聞いて駆けつけてきたの。
つまり同じ部屋に4人が。
そういうことになるわね。ねえ、どうしてそんなこと聞くの？
いや、ちょっとな。
Utsumi tilts her head. In the look of things, her inquiry is purely innocent.
ありがとう。いろいろ参考になったよ。
There's nothing to be gained from pursuing this further. I finish the remaining coffee in one gulp and stand up to
あ、
leave.
そうだ。パンプキンスープのことだけど。
分かってるわよ。今後一切かぼちゃはメニューには入れないようにする。
She has a refreshing smile. She doesn't seem to be worrying very much about my questions. Mind education.
かごめかごめ。
Why are you singing it now? You need to not do that actually. No, 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 no.
かごの中の鳥は
Can't wait to find out that Yuni is actually the murderous personality that's in Inebushi.
いついつでやる夜明けの晩に鶴と亀が滑った後ろの正面誰
On my way to the terrace, that song reaches my ears.
ほとりちゃん
Yuni answers cheerfully. Her white hands cover both of his eyes.
あったり正解はほとりちゃんでした
This is so weird that she's talking now. She lowers her hands, exclaiming that in a delightful voice. Yuni turns around and lets out a cheer.
わいわいやったねねえねえもう一回やろうもう一回うんいいわよ
It's just the two of them here. The sight of them at play, which would normally be a pleasant sight, does not appear that way to me. With just the two of them playing Kagame Kagame, it feels, how should I put it, eerie. Oh well. That aside, I have other things on my mind. Watching them from the corner of my eye, I make my way out to the terrace. I slide open the glass door and step outside. The weather shows no sign of improvement. My body is frozen to its core in an instant by the howling wind.
寒い
Wood carbuncle. I dive back into the living area. I go back to my room and grab my coat, and after putting it on, return to challenge the storm once more.
全然ダメだ。コート1枚ぐらいじゃ気休めにもならないか。
Oh, that coat is drippy, though. But there's nothing else to be done. I don't have anything to add as an extra layer. I give up and plunge into the snowstorm. I shove my hands deep into my coat pockets, duck my head, and keep moving. Though it's just before noon, the sky is dark. It's an unsettling color, as though ink has been spilled across it. A biting cold wind, a myriad of snowflakes flying before my eyes. I stop, shivering, and manage to awkwardly turn my head. Beyond the whited out landscape, I can make out the silhouette of the building. In the middle of it is the clock tower, looming over the scenery below. I lift my gaze upward.
あそこから落ちたのか。
I mutter through trembling lips. Why did I even come out here? I just wanted to check out the clock tower. That's the only reason. I don't think it's the only reason. Having listened to Utsumi's story just before, my mind returns once again to the matter of my near drowning in the bathtub last night. Kokoro and my body had apparently taken some sleeping pills. Supposing someone was out to kill me, and if that person knew about this, for him or maybe her, it would be the perfect opportunity. Living things normally possess a conditioned flight reflex when in danger, but that's something I lacked at the time. Due to the effect of the medicine, I was stripped of my instinctive reflexes. If they wanted to kill me, they could have done so by any means they wished. Among those, I think that making it look like an accident is the smartest way to do it, considering the long term. If I were the perpetrator, that's what I would do. I carry the senseless body into the bathtub and plunge it into the bathtub filled with hot water. From there, all I'd have to do would be sit back and watch. If it seemed as though the body was about to float to the surface, I'd simply have to push the head back into the water, and that would be that. No need to even dirty my hands. Of course, it would increase my chances of success if I bound the victim's wrists, but that would leave marks that would make it obvious that it was murder. So I was put in the bathtub without any
いや
fuss.
待てよ、それじゃあどうして服を脱がせなかったんだ。
If you wanted to make it look like an accident, wouldn't it be a good idea to strip the victim first? Perhaps it was all done simply for pleasure, just for the sake of seeing me
ま
drown.
さかな。
Now there's a line of thought I really don't want to delve into. Or rather, I feel that there's something wrong with me for even having such a thought in the first place. I'm being very paranoid even though I didn't exactly see the
お
perpetrator.
そらく単なる事故だったのだろう。
Kokoro, despite having taken the sleeping pills and thus feeling woozy, tried to take a bath. Therefore, there, she slipped and fell, with her clothes on, right into the bathtub, head first. So when I started playing as Hawkeye, I sent a message to Sexy Brain lamenting how upset I was. I never got to see him since All Heart No Brain was not on camera often. So I'm very happy my wish was answered and he's on screen a bit more. I'm happy for you. I'm very happy for you. Somehow, not, yeah, you know, not that there's anything wrong with it. I still think it's related to the story, by the way, that they're on screen. Somehow that explanation doesn't seem very believable either. Then I suddenly think of something. I fall from the clock tower. If it had really been an accident, then that would mean I had come within a hair's breadth of death just twice in 8 hours, merely by chance. First, I fell from a height of 15 meters. Then I nearly drowned in the bathtub while under the influence of sleeping pills. Can't really chalk all that up to coincidence. That's why I came out here to look at the clock tower. I thought I might remember something if I could see it. But I recall nothing. Far from remembering anything, remembering 11, I feel as if I'm forgetting more and more. Because of this harsh cold, I can't get my head to work correctly.
しかし寒いな。
Still, I can't give up. Since I went to all the trouble to making my way out here, I decided that I might as well explore the surrounding area. To the top of the hill to the west, around the front gate to the north, the basketball court to the east. I visit several places before returning to my original southern spot. I look at the clock tower from every possible angle. One thing bothers
あの
me.
時計台ってどうやって登るんだ。
There are no ladders or stairs around it. Would it be safe to say they have to be inside? However, I haven't found a single entrance leading into the tower from the inside. The clock tower rises from the roof of the first floor. There's nothing below it, just the excessively spacious living area.
本当に時計台に登ったのか。
I mean, no reason to start doubting myself here. I climbed it.
登った。そうだ。確かに登ったんだ。
I mutter as though to convince myself of it.
登ってから。それからどうしたんだ。
I'm deep within the labyrinth of my memories that's killing me. With no exit in sight, I follow the path with the utmost care. Right at that moment, the chimes from the clock tower resound solemnly. The hands point exactly to 12 o'clock. I take my wristwatch out of my pocket right away. The digital display shows the same 12. The clock tower tells the time with not a second of deviation. Metallic sound like the coarse voice of an aged man alerts me of the hour at hand. The snow dances violently to the sound of the bell as the raging winds still stir it. Though what I see are twinkling and sparkling particles of light, an infinite number of angels dancing and rejoicing at the advent of a great gospel. At that instant, a vivid scene revives my mind. On top of the clock tower, a shadow that emerged in the lightning. Lightning? Yeah. The shadow comes up from behind me and stretches towards my feet. I turn around, shouting as forcefully as I could. There was the faint shadow of a person in front of the door. However, the fierce wind and the dancing snow prevented me from seeing who it was. Even the silhouette was impossible to make out through the thick white curtain of snow.
誰なんだ。
I called out once again. The shadow gave no answer. It merely moved closer. Feelings of fear and distress began to grow inside me. I was backed up into a corner of the roof by the mysterious shadow as it slowly drew nearer and nearer. The shadow didn't stop. Lightning bolts glittered in the distance like flames. The well-honed blade struck the earth. A silhouette could be made out in the backlight. In that instance, I figured out what the shadow really was. I saw it. I definitely saw its true form, and yet...
思い出せない。
As though it's being filtered out, that one essential bit of information alone is blurred. I don't even know if it was a man, a woman, or a child. It feels as if someone has intentionally severed the link to that memory.
くそ。絶対に覚えてるはずなんだが。
My irritation and confusion, I violently kicked the snow at my feet. Meanwhile, the cold winds continue to mercilessly chip away at my core temperature. If I stand here pondering any longer, I'll be risking my life for the third time. The freezing wind is depriving me of my common sense. No longer able to stand, I decide to flee back into the building for now. And here seems like a great place to stop. Good timings recently. I've just been on it. Okay, that's all I can say. 47%. I am very curious where we end. The fact that it's probably not going to be at 100 is great because it just kind of counts up. Like, there's no, like, you know, there's no, like, oh, it's slowly ticking down. Do we know why the ocean's there yet? Well, I mean, where isn't the ocean, you know? Maybe we need to play Death Stranding to figure it out. Six out of 33. Easy. 52 tips. 71 album. 5 jukebox. Or no, 30 jukebox. 5 is remaining. Sick. Cool. Right, I have to do this. And then I have to go through like 8 error warnings. Quick game. Crash. Then there's a compatibility issue that pops up. Yep, there it is. At least the jukebox will reach 100%. Easy. Easy. That's good to hear. As long as I get to hear the whole soundtrack. Thank you all for being here. If you haven't already, hey, consider following. Cool thing you can do. Discord right there. YouTube for both VODs and edit the content and finally win the band. Check us out. I'm having fun with this game. I think I'm ready for some new information. A lot of repeating stuff I learned in Kokoro's route. And the new stuff was like very, very few and far between. I get that it's reinforcing stuff. That's good. I need that. I'm not going to say it's bad. I'm just saying I'm ready for new. For new information. But yeah, we'll be live again Thursday. Kiwami 2 DLC. And then Judgment. And then after that, it'll be Saturday, as we're doing 5 days a week for a little bit. While I watch a couple RE playthroughs from streamer friends that I have wanted to see play these games. For a raid, you know what? We talked about it during stream today. Let's raid Frost. He's playing Cyberpunk. Where are you? Thank you all. I hope you had fun. I know I did. Please remember to have a lovely rest of your night, day, afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it may be. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I will talk to you guys again soon. Peace out. Bye for now.